mute the USB mic and the speaker, just make sure the levels
Okay.
are fine.
Okay. the last of the Sim
Oh,
quiz.
thank you. Zaza the Ben, can you open up the R&D stream and tell me how the audio is? Talking, words. I just realized that this is actually going to be live. Zaza the Ben, can you tell me the audio quality on the R&D students right now?
Who's coming for R&D?
I mean, I'm right in front of the camera right now, so it's Zaza the Ben, I'm right in front of the camera right now. It'll be about a 30-second delay until you see the video and hear the audio. I just need to know if the audio quality is fine at this level. Over. Perfect.
Everyone, thank you for coming today. Today we're going to talk about a project that we're working on in the Student Data Center here at Cal Poly. If you don't know what the Student Data Center is, it is the only data center in the nation that's completely student run. So here at Cal Poly, it started off like about 2 years ago. We got a grant from the Mitchell Foundation, and most of that money went into creating the facilities for the data center and some of the servers that are in there now. So now that we have a data center, we've been trying to find a way to deploy services. And this is what we think is the solution for that. So what the vending machine is essentially a web front end where instructors, students can log in and be able to spin up different kind of environments. You guys can change the slides. Let me just do a quick presentation. Everybody present themselves.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Maxwell.
Saving Marar. Brandon Sakamoto.
Alan Huang.
Kevin Ruiz.
Cool. Next slide. All right, so essentially what the purpose of this project is, we want to be able to spin up virtual machines, configure them to whatever configuration they need to be in, and then be able to be accessible by the person who spinned it up, as well as be contained in a secure environment and isolated from every single environment that's being spun up. So our problem here is that since currently we have a couple of projects in the data center, we actually have a class being run by Boeing inside of the data center, so Boeing is one of our customers. We also have student projects in there. We have senior projects being run in the data center as well. However, setting this stuff up takes a lot of administration time, and a lot of the students here don't have the skills required to spin up these environments. In fact, there's probably 2 or 3 of us who actually know a little bit about system administration and running a data center, so it puts a lot of constraint on us. So our thought was, if we could find a way to automate this, we'd save a lot of time in spinning environments up, and as well as making it very easy for users to spin up and learn whatever they want to learn. So some of the environments that we want to set up are capture the flag competitions. So for example, we ran a competition from the data center for Scale. It's another event that's similar to Tech Symposium. Essentially what it is a web front end where people can, it's like a competition where students and other people can try different challenges and compete against each other. So that's one of the things that we want to be able to automate, because we've already done that about 2 times. The first time was for the Cal Cup, which is a nationwide, actually a statewide competition that's run by, where high school students compete. So since it's actually an environment that's in a lot, we want to be able to automate that. We also want to automate environments where students can learn like penetration testing, where they can attack machines and be in an isolated environment and learn about different exploitation techniques, as well as different defense techniques. So, well, this is kind of like a diagram of what it would look like. So a user would log in, they indicate the environment that they want, how many do they want, and then the system would automatically deploy this and then give that person credentials or a method of interacting with the environment. Next slide. So this is like a rough diagram, a wireframe of what it would look like. So somebody would log in, they'd be presented with different environments. So for example, there could be a forensics lab where they can learn computer forensics, where the software like MKs, FTK, and all that is available for them. They could have a pen testing lab where they would have machines that they could attack and learn different exploits on, and not be in fear that they're breaking any laws because it's completely isolated. We could set up Swift Academy workshops, so that's something that Swift's doing, where we teach students different kind of curriculum or things that are not inside of the CIS curriculum. So we could be able to spin those up and not have to worry about the administration time because it would be automated. Those are just some of the things we could do, but the possibilities are endless. It could be virtually any environment, essentially. So this, again, it would look like you tell the system what environment you want. It would start creating the VMs. It would start using Chef to automate some of the configuration. You would configure the network. And if it's a public-facing site, it could possibly be generating certificates for it. And then once it's deployed, you'd have your environment that's ready to be accessed. This is kind of like the admin view, so the admin would be able to see all the active sessions. And since we're going with the vending machine model, we're basically saying you have an environment, but you only have an allotted amount of time. You don't get it forever. So it's something that's consumable, just like something that you would buy in a vending machine. So you spin up an environment, you have it for 2-3 days, and then it's gone. So the reason we're doing this is because, again, we don't have a lot of resources in the data center, so we can't support thousands of users or hundreds of users with hundreds of VMs at the same time. So this would essentially solve that problem where you would have, let's say, a penetration testing lab for maybe a day or whatever, and then once that's done, it's over. So this is more of the admin view where we would have a kind of like an administration portion of the site that's only available to administrators, where they could specify application name, which would be your item or your environment, the version number, because we're constantly updating and making changes, what type of instance it is. If anybody's familiar with containers, we could do containers to kind of save resources, or we can do just straight KVM, which is another technology that does virtualization. And then we can select what cookbook, if you're familiar with Chef, that's essentially like what script is going to be run against these systems, as well as specify networking information. Next slide. Cool. So this sounds great, right? But how do you do it? So that's what we spent the past couple weeks trying to figure out, and we've actually made some progress. So we didn't want to use ESXi. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with that, but that's a hypervisor platform. But the thing about ESXi is that it costs money. And yes, we have the school's licenses, but we want to make it to where anybody in the world essentially could use this, because we want to make it open source, and be able to run it for free. So we went with something called Proxmox, which is essentially like VMware, but free. And then since a lot of the networking part is automated, we were trying to figure out how to make the networking part automated. So we're going with a technology called SDN, software-defined networking. And that gets a little bit more complicated, but essentially there's a standardized like open source protocol for SDN that we're using. It's called OpenFlow. There's also a controller component to it that we're using that's called Open Daylight. And then since this would all be virtual, we have a virtual switch called Open vSwitch, which happens to be OpenFlow compatible, which is the same protocol that can be used in like HP switches. So right now it could be virtual. In the future, we could actually run these scripts against actual physical hardware. So we want to talk a little bit about the software-defined network portion. So Kevin is the one that's been doing a lot of the research for that part.
So basically with Open vSwitch, the way I did some of the research this past week was it's going to take the main interface, which is ETH0, and create a bridge, and then attach that bridge to ETH0, and then that way it's able to get out to the internet. And then with the VMs, when they get spun up, they're all going to get attached to the bridge and get assigned a public IP via DHCP. And from there, it's just a matter of writing a script that would automate the process. So when one of these guys want to spin up a new VM, whether it be for a CTAF, CCDC, forensics, whatever it is, it just goes ahead and goes through that process. That's I still got a good amount of the research to do for that. I've never touched like Open vSwitch or software-defined networking, so it's going to be a challenge for me, which I'm gladly going to accept.
Also, for the software-defined networking, we're using Open Daylight, which is a controller, again, that's compatible with Open vSwitch. We're going to be using it to set up the actual networking environment that's going to be spun up with every single I guess, chef configuration. It's going to be able to not only deploy like single VMs that are set up for like capture the flags, but it's also going to be able to set up entire corporate environments that we're going to use for like pen testing. So we're going to be able to set up something that might have, you know, multiple different subnets, and it's going to be in complete isolation. So we won't accidentally, you know, pen test the wrong networks or hit things that we're not supposed to be able to have access to.
So that's kind of a diagram on how it's going to work. On the top, you have your IP stack. You have each 0 over here. You create a bridge in between both of them. And the created bridge will come up on the host virtual machine on the switch, which will allow, these are just 3 VMs, but in the end, it's going to be a numerous amount of VMs, however many we spin up.
Cool.
Sam, you want to
I'll take it away here.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm Sammy, and this is Alan. We're kind of the Chef researchers and developers on the project. So Chef's really cool because it does automated configurations of all your different nodes, and you know, Chef's motto is transform your infrastructure into code. So it's kind of really helped us out here because with the idea being that, you know, we could select an environment, and then that environment's going to be automatically configured and deployed based on, you know, the parameter given. So if it's a CTF or if it's you know, like a CCDC environment, and then once that is selected, you know, based on the web interface that you guys saw earlier, Alan and I can develop things called cookbooks, and cookbooks are these configuration, I guess, profiles, you can say, which hold like a baseline configuration for all the different machines that you may want to configure. So, for example, if we want to have a vulnerable web server, someone like Alan or myself might go and write the script or the cookbook, which will describe the actual state of the machine, what ports are open, what services are running. And essentially, and, you know, we can even go as far as what permissions it has, what network configurations do we want to give it. And what we can do is once it's selected via the Python script, okay, we want a CTF environment. Well, Chef, in all its glory, will come in and via SSH or WinRM, we'll establish a connection with one of these machines, or all of the machines in this situation, and we'll go ahead and autonomously configure all of them. Start, you know, from the top down, all the different ports, all the different services. And what's really cool about that is when you pair that with the script that Juan actually wrote earlier, you can get some really powerful things. So within a matter of a couple minutes, you can have an entire infrastructure set up with networking from Open Daylight, all the configurations for each of the different systems from Chef, and then everything spun up via the Python script that we wrote earlier. So yeah, this was definitely a good tool that we used in order to kind of figure out how to configure each of the individual nodes, and this really helps with kind of, you know, segmenting each of our different environments that we're going to be able to have available to students and whatnot. So yeah.
Cool. So in this project, I was in charge of essentially putting all the parts together. So I had to figure out how to set up Proxmox to automate the provisioning of VMs, which we actually got to complete. So that involves setting up the operating system, how much RAM it's going to have, storage, and the networking requirements. So essentially what this controller will be is, it will be the thing that puts everything together. So it's going to spin up your VM, it's going to spin up the network, it's going to then run the scripts against it from Chef. So that's essentially what this controller will do. What's the next slide? It's kind of like an overview of how it would work. You'd have the controller talk to the Proxmox API to spin up VMs or provision them, and then it would tell Chef it would give Chef the information it needs to provision these VMs, and then it would output the information you need to connect to it. Cool. Actually, go back.
No questions.
So far, we've got the individual components figured out, except for the Open Daylight part. Still needs a lot of research. But we do just have the raw code that spins up the VMs and then just provisions up with Chef. Although we're still missing that networking component. And lastly, we're missing the web front end that we need to work on. So we're thinking of just using Django because we're writing all of this in Python. And then we would have our GUI to our controller, essentially, and it would just make things a lot easier. Nobody would need to know how to program, it would just work. I was gonna show a demo, but everybody stole my adapters because all the presenters like didn't come with their stuff. So
Got something spare.
yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any.
Time, I can grab mine from the room right here.
Sure, if it's not too much trouble.
VGA, HDMI?
Do you have a display port to?
Display port.
Really?
You don't have HDMI out?
Yeah, I have HDMI. Wait, HDMI. Yeah. Oh. So it's nothing impressive. It just spins up VMs. But I will show you that at least so you can see the progress we made. We've only had like about 6 or 7 weeks.
Yeah.
So bear with me. It's not the best code in the world.
Is that like a senior project to finish by the end of the term?
It's a 499 class. It's
Oh,
for
$4.99.
Dr.
It's an
Pai.
ongoing
Yeah.
project.
Yeah,
Probably
so
takes
It might take
quarters,
yeah.
Yeah.
years.
I would think.
It's a lot of
we'll
development.
have a very like rudimentary thing by the end of this thing, but
So are
hopefully.
people in line waiting to get their setup so they can run capture the flag or do something?
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Getting
Yeah.
like questions, like
'Cause-
requests. So-
Yeah, we just want to be able to automate like basically anything. Like if, for example, for a lot of the curriculum that we have here at Berkeley, we could spin up like Microsoft databases for days and give students access to those rather than having them run it on their own computers.
Absolutely.
And then actually it's probably be more realistic for people to connect remotely to a database and interact with it.
So how many users can you handle at one time?
Right now, not a lot because of our hardware, but in the future, if we do get some more money, we might be able to, more funding, we might be able to run hundreds, thousands, yes. Although
Yeah.
with containers, we can do so much because with containers, you can kind of share the resources. You can have 100 machines in a system that are containers because they can share the resources when they're not using
You
them.
can also over allocate, so if some users have spun up machines, but they're not using them, while other users are using them, you can allocate resources to the ones that are currently using them and not to the ones that just have them idle in the background.
Why can't they connect to SDC? Oh, okay.
Uh-oh, demo or die.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think Mercury is
I honestly think
right
it'll still
now,
work.
so the demo gods may use it.
Yeah, I know. We're really hoping for some demo gods right now. We'll see.
Okay. Do we hit laptop?
Hold up, not.
Type in the password.
Let me know when the IP is spinning. Will be spinning.
Thing is, the passwords are kind of hard coded. So, yeah, just use it out loud. So,
That's what you got?
no, that's
Oh,
the actual
I see.
hypervisor.
Gotcha. It's okay, the demo gods are smiling upon us, hopefully.
It looks like it's working.
We'll see. This is the porcelain image right here. Chef likes to work half the times, and then the other half it likes to take a vacation.
That's like software-defined networking. It works like a tenth of the time.
Yeah, 10 of the time.
And you're just like, why did this not work?
The other 90% of the time, you're like, what is this technology?
And you're just like, wait, I have to program for networks?
You're like, what? Let me know what the IP is.
Alright, cool. Alright. Alright, cool. So we're about 150 lines of code in, so we still have a lot of work to do. So far, what we can get to work right now is the provisioning of VMs, but we're having trouble getting Chef to actually run the command automatically. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna run the script, get the container to automatically spin up, and then Sammy's gonna run the command to actually configure it
With a chef cookbook, essentially.
with a lamp stack, right?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So let's see if this works. Run it. Here's the actual Proxmox. So it'll come up on here. It looks like it's already creating it. Let's see Python script. So it's issue turning on the VM. It tries it a couple times before it times out. Cool. So there we go. It worked, and there's an IP. Awesome. So now.
Yeah, so do you want to plug in? Okay. Yeah, sure. Awesome. So now, typically what would happen is we're going to have it baked into the Python script for it to pretty much call these chef commands in order to do the automated configuration. But until we have that figured out, we're just going to show you how it's kind of done manually. Now, Chef likes to work half the time and likes to kind of poop out the other half of the time. So we'll see what it decides to do right now.
So right now we're bootstrapping the node.
Which essentially means establishing a proper SSH connection so that we can go in and do configuration checks and/or actually make those configurations. Usually when it's hung like this, that's a good sign, believe it or not. And see, that's the glory of Chef is like half the time you're like, I don't know if it's working. This is what it's supposed to do, but So, but it's an amazing platform nonetheless, and with this when it's baked into this Python script, it can be really powerful. So hopefully this shows up. If it doesn't, I can kind of show you what happens on the back end here. We kind of were able to get that up and running, but yeah. So we'll give it a second. Actually, what this? Oh yeah. So the cool thing is though, regardless of what's happening there, you can see that in here, it actually added the node. And currently it's trying to establish that SSH connection. And if everything's done properly and if all things go well, you'll be able to see the IP address there as well as the fully qualified domain. And from there, that pretty much signifies that, hey, I have full access to this machine. I can configure whatever it needs based on whatever cookbooks it's fed. Those cookbooks are actually located. Yeah, so these are the different cookbooks, and to give you an idea, so yeah, they'll have like different configuration parameters essentially that will, like this one's for making sure that apt remains updated and whatnot. So this is kind of what's happening on the back end. I don't know if it takes a decent amount of time to bootstrap, so perhaps it is taking just a second, but the end result. Am VPN'd in. Is that machine still? It was the one from the other day. I don't know if it's still. Oh, and it looked like it actually ran successfully. So if I go over here, so as you can see right now, we actually can't see anything. But the cool thing is, if we go over to here and we go to this machine, we'll go ahead and refresh, and you can see that there's actually a proper connection established to this machine. So now we can actually go in here. We'll add a run list. So let's do something simple. I can do like, I'll do a lamp stack. Actually,
So this is the cookbook. He's adding the cookbook.
this is the cookbook, right? This is the configuration parameter. So essentially, when you run the Python script and you say SDC or capture the flag, it'll automatically select which are the relevant cookbooks. So now that that's run, we can go. Oops.
This will be the text.
Yeah. Oh no, I think this one is.
We'll try with this one first.
Oops.
And of course, the goal is that the end user would never see any of this. Of course, this is all going on in the background.
Exactly.
They don't need to know how Chef works. They don't need to know what a VM is. They don't need to know anything. Their environment just spins up, and they don't see anything else.
Okay, cool.
So from click go to ready to play, how long would a user expect to wait?
It honestly depends on the actual environment that's being set up. If it's
For a minimum basic environment,
Change
you know,
the server.
Yeah.
say for example one web server.
I would say the actual container spins up in like less than 30 seconds. And then installing Apache and all that and PHP might take like 3 minutes.
So how come this is so much more rapid than if you were to actually install it on a bare metal system yourself? It seems like the processing time is more condensed.
Oh, yeah, that's because we're using containers. Basically what containers do is we have a pre-set up Linux operating system, and it's compressed into an archive, and it extracts the entire operating system, and then just sets a root password as different. So we already have a pre-configured Linux operating system that we don't have to set up from the beginning. So it already has the drivers installed, it already has basic applications, it has everything that you would normally use.
Right. So you're kind of doing it from a snapshot and then customizing that snapshot.
Dude, I'm almost
Right.
surprised the word.
And we can actually customize the snapshots further and have customized ones that might have more applications pre-installed that we might need for
So
setting
then
up.
there's less processing time. You just go.
Exactly.
Yep.
So we might be able to optimize it more for our use.
Just not that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Is this gonna have mobile operating systems as well, like Android and that sort of thing, or is it just?
We could potentially set up things like Android. There's a project called Android x86, which would allow you to set up a KVM virtual machine of Android, and it would allow you to access it. I don't know about remote administration of that system because it's kind of, since it's more mobile, it doesn't have the same remote capabilities, but we'd be able to use it for like vulnerability research. So if you wanted to throw up a pen test environment and maybe have multiple different versions of Android, you could specify something like that.
I was thinking like if you were a mobile app developer and you wrote some code and you wanted to test it, but you didn't want to have 15 different versions of Android set it up, you could come in here and you could say, hey, let's run it on this version, this version, this version. You could just run it back to back to back to back and see if it worked. And that way you've got somebody who, you've already got it all packaged. So I could come in, I could test all the iOS versions, all the Android versions to make sure my software wasn't buggy.
That could work.
Yeah.
Might take some like research to figure that out.
And
Definitely
Apple
sounds possible.
probably won't allow research on iOS.
Apple probably wouldn't, but you know, Android.
Right, yeah.
So it looks like we ran out of time,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But trust us, it
do you have a
works.
Why Chef over something like Puppet? Why choose that as your configuration
So
manager?
the Mitch Hill, the person who actually funded the data center, was actually the creator of Opscode, which is now Chef.
Okay.
So like just kind of like out of respect
Loyalty,
for him,
yeah.
loyalty,
Yeah.
we're using Chef instead of like Ansible, Puppet, SaltStack, and all that stuff.
Okay.
Another reason is we also have a little bit of experience as chef in the team, so we figured why not
Yeah.
go ahead with that platform. So
You're sticking, like, does anyone know Ruby? Like, you could do Ruby on Rails if you need, instead of Django, because I think it's a little bit easier.
right, yeah.
I mean, you kind of just have to kind of learn Ruby as you're messing
Okay,
with Chef.
all right.
Yeah, but essentially this is taking a lot longer, or it usually takes a while, but essentially what's happening is it's actually doing the configurations at this point. So, you know, given another 5 or 10, there we go. So now we can go back over here and we can press enter and hopefully we have a site. So it's a very simple lamp stack that essentially just spits out. But yeah, this just is a proof of concept that, you know, anything can be configured. We spun up a web server with the VM in 10 minutes, and these can all happen simultaneously with like 10 different VMs. So yeah, hopefully one day the SDC vending machine will be up and alive and vending, you know, environments to kids across the nation. So we'll see. Cool. Thank you. Dude, last minute win.
Great job, guys.
When the demo gods bless you for a day.
You have to go do a blood sacrifice.
I know, right? That buzzer shot.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man. I can't believe that worked. Last second.
Correct. That's what's up. All right, we good?
Fantastic presentation, Kurt.
Yeah, I didn't faint, so I did better than rehearsal. Oh, I wasn't square, I was looking like an idiot.
Somebody turned it
I'm just trying to think of how we can solve this problem.
I think that projector is out of alignment.
It definitely is.
Thank you.
on. Look, it's empty right now.
Physical problem, not a software problem.
Yeah.
How's it framed up?
So that's the framing.
Sorry, we're good. We're good.
There you go. You're all set.
Yeah. I didn't faint, so I did better than rehearsal.
Yeah, see, I don't want to be focusing on that screen if that's the one that we're losing 15% on. I'd rather have it pointed at that one, but then, can the podium be moved at all?
Do you want to just move this one up?
It's pretty much
Podium's
there.
a lot more set.
Yeah,
Or no? I think that projector
I
is
guess.
out of
Yeah,
alignment.
because I don't think we have much control over the.
We can't touch that. Yeah.
Definitely can't touch. This is not.
What is it?
Sorry, we're good. We're good. There you go. You're all set.
Yeah, see, I don't want to be focusing on that screen if that's the one that we're losing 15%. Does that help visibility of the screen on the broadcast?
A little bit.
Do you want to just move this one up?
Okay, I think we can work with that. I guess.
Yeah, maybe we zoom out. Yeah.
So, dude.
Man, you guys suited up and everything. Expect that.
That look pro.
Dude, you guys outfitted me good, that's for sure.
Oh, okay.
I thought you'd be wearing your
Yeah, I thought you
suit.
were gonna wear it too, man.
Oh,
Yeah, when it's
just
like
miss
conference, I
mine.
assume, you know, suit guy.
Yeah.
All these presenters.
It might, is it the physical display possibly?
Yeah, no, it's the projector.
No.
Nice to see where'd you get it. Nice to see where'd you get it.
Hollywood too?
It's the projector. We can't do anything about it. So I have that PowerPoint at the screen.
It's a little expensive, but he also caters the pants, so then.
One right next to Hollywood suits actually. Well, I thought it was a little bit expensive though. There you go. You should be good. That's streaming. All right.
You have audio already?
I believe so. Can you check that in the village?
Got to be aware of what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm seeing audio here.
Kirk, I am gonna be taking pictures, so I'm gonna try to keep you out.
What pictures of what?
Presentations.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just alone, I get super excited.
Gotcha.
What I'm saying.
I'm seeing audio here.
Okay. Are we gonna stand? Do you want to just rotate people through, or?
Pretty much. I mean,
Okay. I'll be on the end.
Yes. Thank you.
It's just alone.
We've got a few minutes. We're just going to take our time setting up. I know that there's some other talks that are wrapping up about now, so I want to give them time to shuffle over if they want to join us. Let's get this. Yes. Thank you.
Ooh, got a new one. Or you had those, not just a
I know that there's some other talks that are wrapping up.
Oh, that's right.
So I want to give them time to
Yeah.
shuffle
Yeah.
out, shuffle over if they want to join
Got
us.
all sorts of toys.
This one up here is a prop.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. This is a real heavy jacket. Yeah, but this one's a little easier. I don't have to do all that.
You did great.
Yeah, you did. I take a really weird tone when I give a speech. I feel like I paused PowerPoint it a lot. Okay. Did it make any sense? Oh, this one. Yeah. This is a real heavy jacket. Yeah, but this one's a little easier. I don't have to do all that. I take a really weird tone.
Switch it.
Yeah, it'll be up there in a second.
If you hit Control P, you can duplicate your screen.
Windows P, I think you mean?
Yeah.
But that's okay, we want to do presentation view.
Yeah.
You have your, anything
Okay.
you need? Are we all good to go? Not a couple minutes, but I might as well get started anyway. Angela, you want to take it off?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for all being here and letting us present our presentation. So we're going to be presenting Look Before You Log In. My name is Angelo Nicholas.
I'm Jordan Wheeler.
I'm Kirk Hoffmeister.
Yeah.
First, a little bit about us. I'm a United States Army veteran. I was Soldier of the Year at the 185th Medical Company. My major is in computer information systems with an emphasis on cybersecurity. I made the Dean's List winter quarters of 2016, 2017. I'm also experienced with an internship in Army IT Solutions, and I'm open to an internship this summer. So we're gonna be presenting
That was my idea to put that in there.
Yeah.
I'm Jordan Wheeler. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity Research for the Forensics and Security Technology Club. Like Angelo, like Kirk, we're business administration, computer information systems students focused on cybersecurity or information assurance. Personally, my interests within the realm of cybersecurity lie in wireless technology, social engineering, and penetration testing. And as a few career goals of mine, I want to get into penetration testing and security consulting. And one of my big goals for my career is to have a life that enables me to travel throughout my career. And I am seeking internship opportunities for the summer as well.
Hello, I'm Kirk Hoffmeister. I'm graduating in a few weeks. There's no real time left at internship. But I am able to relocate, so that is a plus. My interests really lie in big data virtualization and malware analysis. And my career goals at this point, a business analyst, security engineer, and because I see the word so often, DevOps engineer.
So briefly, I'll touch on what our agenda is for today. We're going to be introducing a tool to you called Wi-Fi Fisher. The guy that created it, we will discuss why this technique works, primarily because of weaknesses in the way that wireless technology, Wi-Fi technology works. We're going to discuss people. We are a part of the security chain, potentially the weakest part of the security chain. So we're going to touch on why this attack affects people and their trust. We're going to discuss network managers. Network managers are the things that allow you to connect to a Wi-Fi hotspot, and that depends on your operating system. And they may vary depending on which operating system you're talking about. Once we talked about that theory, we'll introduce how to actually install, set up, and execute an attack using Wi-Fi Fisher. We have 4 scenarios that are baked into the application. You can duplicate those or customize them as you see fit, but we'll get to that. Hopefully at the end I think we'll have plenty of time for discussion. We might even be able to do a demo if any of you guys want to volunteer to get socially engineering through the system. hotspot, and that depends on your
So Wi-Fi Fisher is pretty much an open source software. What it does, it attacks Wi-Fi networks, so it can gain the victims of Wi-Fi password or social engineering password, or social media password. It was written by George C., also known as @Sofrom. It has an MIT license, which pretty much says like you can freely distribute it, you can modify it, as long as there's like terms and conditions of that license in that software. So let's talk about networks. There's been a lot of rapid growth throughout the years. You can access the internet almost everywhere. And basically it's broken down into two things. You have clients, which are your devices, and access points. So for access points, you have ESSID, which is pretty much your wireless name. And then you have your BSSID, which is the MAC address. And then we have management frames. So management frames actually establish and maintain connections to the access points. They're both broken down in 3 frames: beacon frames, probe request frames, and deauth frames. Beacon frames come from the access point, so access points announce where it is. And then you got probe request frames coming from your devices. You request like, permissions and information from the access point. It also determines which access points are within the range. Then you have the deauth range, or deauth frames, which we'll be using for our attack. Actually establish and maintain connections to the access points. Connection and reconnection. There's really no defined rules for 802.11. A lot of it's software based. Most OSs have like a auto reconnect, and most management frames are also not secure. So that way, they're pretty much prone to eavesdropping and other attacks.
So this is a brief visualization here of how the evil twin works. Here we have the legitimate coffee shop Wi-Fi. In this scenario, we have a customer who's come into a coffee shop. They're using the free Wi-Fi there. This is the legitimate access point set up by the company or their IT department, whoever they have outsourced for that. Here's the coffee shop customer. They have their coffee. They're logged into their social media, and they're accessing that through the Wi-Fi here. Now, what a malicious attacker using this technique would do is create a duplicate Wi-Fi access point that looks exactly like the original. You can see that the name, that ESSID, the BSSID are both the same, the name and the MAC address. They're both running on the same channel. They're both using the same frequency. The difference here is that because the attacker is probably sitting right next to you in the coffee shop, the signal from their access point is going to be much stronger. And so that's where the vulnerability begins to stack up for this attack. So, in order for our victims to connect to our access point, our evil twin, instead of their legitimate access point, we use an attack that's called deauthentication. And as Angelo had discussed, deauthentication packets are a part of the 802.11 protocol. It's built in, it's unencrypted, which means that we can send them and impersonate an access point, or we can send them and impersonate a client. So the deauthentication frame can be sent one of 3 ways, or all of 3 ways, really. You can send one as the access point to any of its clients, all of the MAC addresses that are on the network, saying, disconnect from my AP, I'm no longer providing service to you. You can emulate the client, one of the users, and send a message to the access point saying, hey, disconnect me, I'm not going to use your access point services anymore. Or you can use a broadcast address deauthentication frame that will come from the access point to all of its connected MAC addresses, which says, I'm going to disconnect all of my clients. Now, this is a really common attack back in the day, and so a lot of routers and wireless access points now deny or drop that broadcast address deauth frame as invalid, but that still allows us to mimic the access point deauthenticating clients or mimic the client deauthenticating access points. So here's a brief visualization of that. We can see that same customer was trying to connect to their legitimate Wi-Fi access point, but the deauthentication attack against that access point prevents that connection from continuing. So now the customer is disconnected from the legitimate access point and no longer able to connect to that. And that leads to the next step. The next step is hacking humans. Hacking humans meaning that people are trusting by nature. They have certain things and patterns that they go through. They're used to troubles with Wi-Fi and they're used to having to reconnect if there's an issue. They're used to having to type in their password again if they get disconnected. So within the TCP/IP protocol, humans would fall in the 8th layer. You have TCP/IP, you have the physical at the very bottom, layer 1, and then you have application layer at the very top. Above that is the people, and if we can access the system through the people, that will be a way into the network. So with auto-connecting network managers, depending on your system, when the connection to the primary access point is jammed, you may be automatically reconnected to our evil twin, the malicious attacker's evil twin. If not, people are normally going to try to reconnect. If they can't reconnect to the one that they were originally connected to, they will reconnect to the one that looks exactly the same, has the exact same name, is on the same channel, looks as legitimate, and in their screen is stronger than the one that they were connected to previously. So now, the network manager may automatically connect depending on if it's which operating system it is. So an Android or an Ubuntu device requires manually reconnecting. So the user will pull up the Wi-Fi list, click on the one that is the strongest, and see if they can get on the internet there. Windows automatically reconnects clients to the network. Even if it was an encrypted network that got jammed, now they see a new network that is exactly the same but unencrypted, Windows will still reconnect you. So continuing our visualization here, the customer is no longer able to connect to the legitimate access point, and so instead they are connecting to our evil twin, which they assume is an extension of, or is actually the legitimate access point. And now the malicious attacker, because he controls this access point, now has access to the customer's network connection. And we can start playing with what they will receive while they're expecting something else. So this is where Wi-Fi Fisher steps in, where the actual attack comes into play. So I would like, I'd like Angela to discuss the equipment and prerequisites for this attack.
So what we want to do is we want to get the latest version of Kali Linux. But pretty much almost any security-related Linux flavors can actually work for it. You're going to need 2 sets of separate Wi-Fi adapters. One's going to be in promiscuous mode, which performs the de-authentication attack, and one's going to act as an evil twin. Keep in mind that if you're going to get those USB adapters, some of them has to be, actually all of them has to be compatible with Linux. So that way you can get the best configurations. So what we want to do is we want to get the latest version of Kali Linux. Once we're in Linux, what you want to do is apt-get install in the terminal and apt-get upgrade. And then to install Wi-Fi Fisher, you need to go to the GitHub and download it from there. You can get a CD for Wi-Fi Fisher, or you can use a terminal to type in the sudo commands and install Wi-Fi Fisher. Afterwards, what you want to do is you connect your USB adapters. And if you're running,
should be these guys right here.
Yeah. And if you're running a virtual machine, you connect them through your USB. Now, through a virtual machine, such as VMware, what you want to do on the bottom right-hand corner is actually right-click it and unclick it from the actual host computer. Afterwards, it'll actually reconnect to the virtual machine. And download it from there. You can get a CD for Wi-Fi Fisher,
So
or you can use a terminal.
that was discussing how to get these wireless adapters connected to your virtual machine. So now Kali recognizes that they exist. You can move forward with the attack. Wi-Fi Fisher has been installed on the system. So in order to run Wi-Fi Fisher, it's simple. In the terminal, you just type Wi-Fi Fisher. It will identify the wireless adapters that you have connected to it. It will select the 2 strongest, and depending on which signal strength it gets from either, it will select one for the de-authentication attack, and it will select the other for what it calls the rogue access point, more accurately termed the evil twin access point. Automatically, once it has decided which of the 2 adapters will be used for which portion of the attack, it will begin scanning the network. This screenshot is from a previous version. I just updated it about a week and a half ago. The menu is just a little bit nicer now, but it's pretty simple either way. It's going to list all of the wireless networks that it can see in the area. It's going to continually scan, and get as much information as it can. We can see the ESSID, which is the name of the network, which Angela was talking about earlier, the BSSID, which is the MAC address. And so this shows all of the different networks. This also gives us a clue as to which vendor provided this Wi-Fi access point. Is it for example, Belkin? That may be useful to us. Action Tech, I know those are typically provided to Verizon Fios customers. That may be useful too. Eris Group is a cable router. We have descriptions of which different encryptions are used here. Obviously, if it was an open network, we could probably connect to that directly ourselves. We may be targeting one that has a password. We may be targeting one that's in an open coffee shop, for example. But in our demonstration, we will be using an access point called OpenWRT. This one was one that I created for purposes for this demonstration. So once we've seen the access point that we want, we hit Control-C, or just select the number of that access point in the list. So that's number 4. We'll select number 4. And then Wi-Fi Fisher will give us all of the scenarios that we have available to us for this attack. In this case, Wi-Fi Fisher comes built in with 4 scenarios. One is a firmware upgrade page, which suggests that your router, your Wi-Fi access point, has just gone through a firmware upgrade, and it needs to have your, you need to agree to the terms and conditions and type in your Wi-Fi password to continue that restart. Network Manager Connect simulates, sorry, you've been disconnected from the Wi-Fi, please type your Wi-Fi password to continue. OAuth login page simulates a free Wi-Fi hotspot that requires you to log in with your Gmail or your Facebook, and that could collect those credentials. And the 4th is a browser plugin update that simulates a browser plugin such as Adobe Flash Player, Java, or any of those kinds of plugins that would need to be updated. And you can serve malware, serve a keylogger, serve some kind of remote administration tool to the user in that way also. And Kirk is going to go more into depth about each of those scenarios in just a few slides here. So once we've selected whichever attack that we want to go through, any of those 4, what's going to happen is that Wi-Fi Fisher will show that the target access point which we had selected earlier is now being jammed. That's that deauthentication attack that we talked about earlier. This means that clients are no longer going to be able to connect to that access point. They will be disconnected and no longer be able to reconnect. At the same time, we are creating our evil twin, which looks exactly like the original. And we now have DHCP leases. This means that some of the clients that were previously on the original network have now connected to our network. And we know exactly what their IP address is, what their MAC address is, and we can begin serving them items from our collection instead of giving them access to the internet. What's going to happen is that for the sake of this demonstration, we chose the social engineering of Wi-Fi password scenario. And so you can see that once the user has typed in their Wi-Fi password, it appears in the terminal here. And once we've finished, if there are perhaps multiple targets that we are collecting, it'll show them in a list at the very bottom here too. So that's an introduction of how the attacker will see the computer screen. Let's get a glimpse into how the victim will see this attack. So, Kirk?
Yes, the first one, as Jordan helped me to introduce, was the router upgrade. And a person, let's say, for example, who is older and less experienced in technology, may see a page like this and not question it at all. It looks very authentic. If they're using Chrome, it could easily be mistaken for a page like that. These attacks are allowed to propagate and be so successful due to people's ignorance of technology. Second attack is the Network Manager Connect. If you can't prey upon their fear of, let's say they don't know or understand or care what firmware is and they just disconnect from that, you can then prey upon, let's say they don't like their service. They know Verizon occasionally kicks them off the network and they have to reconnect. So rather than getting suspicious, they're like, oh, we got disconnected from Verizon again. So that's how this attack will be successful. Next one is the OAuth login page, in which basically we try to steal social media credentials. In essence, I guess, using people's vanity against them. In that, you offering a reward for free internet so long as you log in with Facebook. And Facebook does have similar sort of features where you can log into certain services using your Facebook credentials, hiding that sort of suspicion. can then prey upon, let's say they don't like. Fourth one, of course, is the browser plugin update. How many of us have seen our Java pop up and say, hey, you gotta update me or I'm not gonna be able to stream videos anymore? So that's how this attack. Next one is the OAuth login page. And this, I would argue this one is the one that is most believable, considering a lot of browsers do use plugins and people like to use them. Someone may not even doubt, like, oh, okay, I need to update my plugin, Java or whatever, you know. They don't stop and think about what they're doing as they do it. And leading into that, oh, I apologize, we have one more.
No, that's just showing the
Oh,
desktop
okay,
view. It's the
okay.
same, the same
I
scenario.
apologize.
The previous one, if you want to switch to it real quick.
Okay.
The previous one is, this is
Oh,
how it
that's
looks on
mobile. That's mobile. Okay.
and the next one is how it looks on desktop.
Gotcha. Thank you. Leading me into protections and considerations. Now, we want to live in a perfect world. We don't. We strive for perfection, but end up short most often. As such, our technology, since we are imperfect, can be therefore imperfect. Security systems, wireless network systems, when implemented without security in mind, are vulnerable. And as such, we need to be ever mindful of that when doing any sort of development or implementation or operations work. That, as well as there is additional safeguards against these kinds of attacks. For instance, the security provided by such protocols as EAP, TLS, and PEAP, in which it's more of a certificate-based protection rather than network protection. It's that additional layer. And lastly, we must always realize that humans are imperfect, and what one human will do to avoid an attack, another will gleefully walk into it. But it's those who gleefully walk into attacks we need to be most concerned for. And as such, people need to be educated about these kind of things and obey that golden principle. If it's too good to be true, like free internet, it's probably too good to be true.
Questions?
We'd love to take any questions that you guys may have. I think that we'll probably have plenty of time, so if you would like to participate in a live demonstration, we're actually going to set this up here, walk through it on the screen. You can sit here and witness it. You can pull out your phone and try to log in with us. But first, are there any questions?
A volunteer's tribute.
Volunteers tribute, all right. Stay seated for now. But anybody have any questions?
I have one question. This isn't like a man in the middle, because this actually, when they do this, it doesn't reconnect them through the server that you're, the machine you're running to the internet.
You certainly could do that, and that would make this much more believable.
Yeah.
If you could bridge your connection on your Kali machine to an internet connection, whether it's the legitimate one or a 4G hotspot, however you want to do that, then you could direct somebody, say for example the Facebook login, direct them to an actual web page. What this attack is relying on is local web server to provide any of the, it is still a man in the middle of a sense, because you are now in the middle of their network connection, but not in the middle of their internet connection.
You could add that, but that would be an upgrade from what you're presenting.
We sort of didn't do that just for legal security reasons.
Yep.
Could the same thing happen to school secure Wi-Fi's?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
The school Wi-Fi, CPP, and EduRoam use EAP TLS, which is the certificate-based authentication that Kirk mentioned here. I highly recommend you use that. You can take a look at the you can take a look at the certificate to confirm that it's signed by the school, and that should, in theory, protect you against this. I don't know if you can still be kicked off the network by a de-authentication attack, but at least when you always connect to that one, it'll be using the certificate and you won't be vulnerable to an evil twist for that. By the way, if you guys use the guest network on campus, don't. Especially if you actually are a student or faculty and you have access to the CPP or the EduRoam networks, please use those. They're much more secure for your own protection. The guest one, I'm not saying that you will be compromised, but it's much more vulnerable to attacks like this, social engineering, and other things.
You're saying never use any unsecure Wi-Fi whatsoever, even if it's like really necessary, like say you need to like do something.
I wouldn't advise anything so extreme. Personally, I will still use it. I'll use coffee shop Wi-Fi, but I'll add my own VPN. And Angelo had a list of good tips. Do you have those with you?
Well, we have a poster board with you.
We do have a poster board that we'll be setting up out there, and then we'll explain a little bit more of like what to do and what not to do.
The basic precautions still exist. Make sure you check what the official name is. Now, that doesn't prevent it being a duplicate, but if you ask them where is the Wi-Fi hotspot and sit next to it, then you're less likely to become a target of this. If you're going to be sitting in the far, far corner of the coffee shop, connected to the access point that's in the kitchen, and somebody's sitting in between those two in the coffee shop, then his evil twin is going to be stronger. HTTPS, definitely make sure that your web browser is connected if you're doing something secure like your instant messaging, your email, social media, stuff like that. Always a good idea to use your home connection, a secure connection, or your 4G for things like banking, things like that. But really, as with most things, you have to diagnose your own level of paranoia.
Could the same thing happen to like say gaming consoles like PS4s, Xbox Ones?
It depends on how they log in. I know that on my Amazon Fire TV, it has an option where if it's like for a hotel room, where you have to log in to the prompt and agree to their terms and conditions. It'll actually give you a browser login. And so I haven't tested it against that, but I do believe that this would be vulnerable to this kind of attack too.
And also keep in mind like the things that can you go back to the
Which one?
let's say forward again. Let's say we have this right here. Let's say we have this right here. You can actually customize this with HTML, CSS, make it look like the actual thing that you're actually replicating. So it'll look exactly like, let's say like Starbucks. You can make it look like exactly like Starbucks.
Or if you're at a hotel, but you copy the Hyatt login page, which you actually saw when you tried to log in. Copy the thing, place that in the frame here. You can make it a duplicate scenario and collect people's, maybe their Hyatt rewards login so you can get on their Wi-Fi, or maybe, I've been thinking about this, somebody could use this and say, hey, if you want to use our Wi-Fi, it's not Facebook, it's not log in with the password, it's pay $5 with your credit card. Or make it even really small, make it 25 cents charge on your credit card, because it doesn't really matter, I'm not going to charge the 25 cents. The attacker's going to steal your credit card number, right?
It'll look exactly like,
So I think that this one is really fun because it relies on social engineering just as much as it affects the wireless. So it hits home a little bit more for people because I think that a lot of the hacking scenarios that people describe are so esoteric and so technological that, you know, it's like, okay, well, I don't know if I'm at risk for that or not. Everybody's at risk for social engineering. If you ever log into something or ever agree to something, then you are used to giving your information away. And your assumption is that you're giving your information to a trusted individual. And this is a demonstration that shows that it may not be a trusted individual, so you have to be aware.
and it's been shown also, a lot of people don't really read a lot of the stuff that's on the page and then don't really look at the little tiny details. So they just go ahead and type in their password or whatever, and they just go, oh, okay, whatever, I just want to get on. So, any other questions?
Hacking scenarios that people describe.
Will this presentation be available anywhere?
It's being live streamed on YouTube right now, and my understanding is that the channel will save a copy of it for viewing later. As far as the actual PowerPoint demonstration, speak to us and we'd be happy to send you a copy.
We're going to try to switch to the demo right now.
It's been shown also, a lot of people don't really read.
So before we get into it, who's interested in, we've got one volunteer as tribute, and another. Last time we did this, we had several people that volunteered. It's kind of a hit or miss because different people's operating systems work differently, but if you'll play along and reconnect manually. Before we get into it, if you have auto connect to any of the Wi-Fi here, say for example CPP, EduRoam, or Guest, if you can disable that, then it'll work better because we're trying to emulate a situation where our access point is the one that people want to connect to. We got plenty of time.
Okay.
It's 11:30.
All right. I know our sorting.
Yeah, I talked to them and I said, if people want to stick around, they're welcome to check the time.
Yeah, it's on.
That's right here, Jordan.
All right.
So after this little guy here turns on, we should see a network called OpenWRT.
Let's see. I don't even know if my phone is wireless.
I don't see it yet, Jordan.
Okay, it'll take a minute to turn on.
You want to participate, just be on the lookout for open WRT.
Yeah, it's on.
And we're searching for the network WRC?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's called OpenWRT. Is it a question?
Where's the play?
Once the little guy here turns on, we should see a network called OpenWRT. Again, it'll take a minute to turn on.
Want me to just hold it? I don't mind.
You want to participate, just be on the lookout for WRT.
Connector, is it a plug issue or is it connect, okay.
Yeah.
It's called Open.
It's not stable. Okay. What happened? Last time it didn't. Oh, okay. All right.
Thanks for your patience, guys. So let's do
Oh, I see the network. Can we connect now?
There it is.
Yeah,
See it?
yeah, go ahead and
Okay.
connect to it. The password is,
Not my password.
what was it, free Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Reload.
Oh,
Oh, I already connected to this one on the workshop.
here.
Thanks for your patience, guys.
No hyphen?
I don't think so.
Okay. I didn't think
FREE,
there
all
was.
lowercase, Wi-Fi,
I-
with a capital W and a capital F. Can anybody confirm that they can log in for me?
You got it, but you got some. What?
Free Wi-Fi.
Oh, capital F.
Capital W, capital F. Right here.
Second F. I'm there.
Everybody good?
Anybody on? Yeah.
Connecting, authenticating. Is anybody still trying to connect?
Anyone having any issues? You are?
Yes.
I'm good.
Have an issue?
Stand up halfway.
What do you type for username?
There should be no username, it's just WPA2. Are you clicking on?
Someone trying to evil twin or
I
evil
know,
twin?
right?
That's right.
There we go. Anybody still trying to connect? Where you guys?
I can't get on. Is it the second F?
Yeah. Lowercase first F, W, uppercase, second F. What is this? La La Land? No.
I should have made it so complicated.
I like cinematography better than the story.
Okay. So let's presume you are connected to coffee shop Wi-Fi, right? You're not going to be able to get on the internet right now because it's just off of a Wi-Fi access point that has no internet access. Let's assume that you are, right? Let's get my presentation up here. Okay, anybody still trying to connect? All right. So here we have
Didn't register.
Kali Linux.
Lowercase
I'm going
first
to
F,
check to make
W.
sure that my USB adapters are connected. They are not. So down here at the bottom, See if I can magnify this for
VMware.
you.
Bottom left-hand corner, or bottom right-hand corner.
Okay, right here. So we can see there's one USB, we'll connect that to the virtual machine. That's my second. And just for fun, I'm gonna have 3 connected, and I'm gonna let Wi-Fi Fisher pick its 2 favorites. Because my dad was a Boy Scout and he said always be prepared. Okay. So now, let's see if we've got, now we've got VMware USB, no, we've got Ralink, and Hawking, which is exactly what we want. Let's make sure we've got wireless adapters.
Bottom left-hand corner, bottom right-hand.
Beautiful. Let's disable this magnifier, and I'll just make the text bars. One USB, second. And just for fun, I'm gonna have 3. Is that readable by everybody? I'm sorry, that one's cut off. This one you can see a little bit better. Let me see if I can move that over for you. So my dad was a Boy Scout, and he said always be prepared. Okay. So now, let's see what we've got. All right.
That's good.
Everybody can follow along? So now we've got WLAN 0, WLAN 2, that's all we need. It looks like we've got another one up there too. Yep, we've got all 3. So now we can initiate Wi-Fi Fisher. Is that readable by everybody? I'm sorry, that one's cut off. This one
Took a while.
Yeah. All right, so it selected WLAN 1 and WLAN 2. Decided it didn't like WLAN 0 as much. So we've got one is going to be used for the deauthentication attack. One is going to be used for the rogue access point. It has, and we got the new interface. So it's scanning the network. It's probably going to find EduRoam and CVP first.
I don't have a phone. It's wireless.
Patiently. All right, so it's selected. Now, I'm not patient, so I'm resisting every urge to just hit Control-C and do this again. Zero as much. So we've got one that's going to be used for the authentication attack.
What's the, turn off?
Okay.
So it's scanning the network. It's probably going to find EduRoam and CVP first.
Yeah. My demos. Used up all the demo magic and
I
left
know,
us
right?
done.
I gave all my demo juju to Juan.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to try this once more. So unknowing victims, you can rest assured that it's not a perfect attack.
That's right.
You're just pretending not to be good at this, right?
I told you social engineering was an interest of mine, right?
We feign incompetence, but really we're master criminals.
Set the bar low. And always impress.
Exactly.
Let's try that once more.
Okay, start with a quick at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Rest assured that it's not a perfect attack.
You're just pretending not to be good at this, right?
I told you social engineering was an interest of mine, right?
We feign incompetence, but really we're master criminals.
Set the bar low. So you can see all of these access points that it's actually connecting, that it's able to find. These have different BSS IDs, different MAC addresses, which means that even though you see different names here, they're actually different physical access points. On your device, you'll probably only see one guest network. There's actually multiple different access points that are providing that.
Oh, we got the IoT village.
And here's OpenWRT. So now we're going to target this. So anybody who's connected to the OpenWRT network now will be deauthenticated in just a moment. So we have selected OpenWRT. which attack scenario would you guys like to see? I don't want to do the malware one, so we're not going to do that one. But one of the first three.
Two? No,
You vote 3? OAuth login page? All right, let's see if we can get that one to work. So selecting OAuth login template. So it's creating the fake access point. That's our evil twin. Creates an HTTPS server on there for DHCP. De-authenticating clients. So now it should be kicking some of you guys off. I just got kicked off. Okay. So now what are you going to do once you get kicked off, right? You're going to click connect again. And if it doesn't let you connect to the one that has a lock on it, what are you going to do? You're going to click on the one that says open.
Oh, there we go.
That part's
working.
So, and then it'll give me,
Please do.
please log in with your Facebook.
Log in with your Facebook.
It's an authentication tool that Wi-Fi customers can use.
Yes.
So for example, if you have a coffee shop or a restaurant, and
You
you
guys
want
are
to
doing
provide
it.
Wi-Fi to your customers,
This is what it
you
looks
can do
like.
it cheaply or freely by partnering with Facebook. Customers will then have to log in with Facebook, so they can send it to Facebook. Were you guys able to reconnect and witness it on your own device? Yeah, so if you connect to the WRT, you should see a Facebook authentication login like that.
And you can see the machines
It does?
that are.
Yeah.
You see them there?
It's,
All right, so let's see here. There's
There you
screw
go.
you, man. All right, let's try to keep it PG at least, right?
Yeah. Screw you, man, is a password. Whoever put that in. And password.
right.
And you know, I just want to point out, wait, but password with an E is actually a much more secure password than most people have on theirs. I don't suggest that you use it, but hey, look at this. What do we got? Connectivity check. We got Bob's iPad, Carter's Android. All right, so for the purposes of that demonstration, we've collected 2 emails. All right, so let's see here. There's screw you, man. All right, let's try to keep it
Screw you, man.
Screw you, man at Gmail. Password screw you,
Man is a password.
User at
Whoever
dummy.com.
put that in.
Password. And if we were targeting this attack, say for example against the receptionist of a company that we want to have access to. She's the receptionist there. We know that she goes across the street to her favorite coffee shop, which is not a Starbucks, but is, you know, it's hip and it's indie, and they have a Facebook login for their Wi-Fi. So we go and target that one. We've got access to her social media, which means that we can get more information about her, leverage that against an attack against the front desk, the reception, and then we can have access to the rest of the company. These are the kinds of threats that corporations need to be aware of.
That's step 1.
Welcome to penetration testing 101. This is basically creating a Wi-Fi pineapple. I don't know if you've ever heard of those. I always wanted to have a Wi-Fi pineapple, but I'm cheap. So with about $45 worth of hardware and Kali, you can do it yourself. The operating system that I'm running in this virtual machine here is Kali Linux.
Utilizing Kali Linux. Yes.
No, you gotta.
You can utilize other versions of Linux, but it's probably best to use Kali Linux.
Leverage that against an attack against the front desk reception. And here's how
I use
you
a
install it. Corporation needs to be aware of. And I can actually show you real quick in the terminal what it would look like. This is basically so you would do the apt-get update and apt-get upgrade is just to update Kali. So that's making sure that your operating system is up to date, and then you could git clone.
You can go to GitHub and download it from
You
there.
don't even have to download it from there. You just literally type the command as you see it here.
Yeah, it's
HTTPS.
easiest just to do it on a terminal
.com /
of Linux.
Wi-Fi
You can
Fisher
utilize other versions
/
but it's probably best to use Kali Linux.
Wi-Fi Fisher.git. And okay, so I already have it, so it's not going to let me do that. But then you just cd, which changes directory to Wi-Fi Fisher. So now that you've cloned that directory, it's on your local machine. Browse to that directory, and then run the Python setup file. That will actually install the dependencies that Wi-Fi Fisher requires. And then in addition to the tool, you'll need at least 2 wireless adapters. Anybody learn anything?
Easiest just do it.
Anybody scared?
No one's gonna go out and try this and blame us when they get caught.
Anybody glad they came?
I'm glad.
I'm glad you all came. Thank you for being here, guys. Already have it, so it's not gonna let me do that.
I don't know, poor campus
But
security.
just CD, which you saw nothing. That was fun. Thank you very much, you guys, for being here.
Nice job.
Does
Now we know.
You could. I mean, it's just like what, the value?
Yeah,
Oh, you're saying put it on their system or?
No, because my phone's name is an emoji.
Oh,
So
okay.
if I try to connect to that, would it show the?
It'd probably show the value. AE plus 235.
Yeah, right. Anybody scared?
Remember I
Oh, yeah,
tried
thanks.
this.
I almost forgot that last time. So I think ours is the last talk in here before lunch.
Yes. Let me think. We gotta go set up our posters, don't we?
We'll be out in the quad area with our poster board if anybody else wants to have any questions.
I do need to take my wireless.
Yep. I just unplugged it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could have got a couple of those.
I want to give this.
Nice job. Thank you.
very
Appreciate
much.
it.
What was your name?
Bob, next one.
Oh, yeah.
I just came after the day.
You're in a blend.
I'm the guy. No, you guys did. You guys said, so he went to school.
Yes, you can talk to that.
Yeah, so this stuff I don't know. You guys.
Have any questions?
I do need to take my wireless.
Yep. I just unplugged it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could have got a couple of those.
Nice job. Thank you.
very
Appreciate
much.
it.
What was your name?
Bob, next one.
Oh, yeah.
I just came after the day.
You're in a blend.
I'm the guy. No, you guys did. You guys said, so he went to school.
Yes, you can talk to that.
Yeah, so this stuff I don't know. You guys.
Have any questions? I do need to take my wireless.
I just unplugged it.
Nice job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bob, next one. I just came after the day.
You're in a blend.
I'm the guy. No, you guys did.
know that if this thing is stopped streaming for too long, YouTube just kills the event.
You work?
Okay.
Yeah, you're cool.
Did you just stop the stream?
You go see the man.
Yeah, that's fine.
See, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you just have on.
It's still live. Using OBS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard you need a room monitor?
Yeah, you just sitting here, bro.
I'd be honored, bro. Right? What they did with the cue card.
So my job is to mess up what you just set up, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
They did have cue card really easy here to make sure students get cue card and to let them know their time's running out.
No, it's like it's an actual competition.
The cue card's are missing, so
That's fine. I can use fingers. I can use fingers.
Alright guys, we'll go ahead and get started here. So, this is the drone hacking talk. I'm just a little bit of background on myself. My name is Carter Rohr. I'm the president of FAST, which is one of the largest cyber clubs here on campus. I'm a CIS major. I'm classified as a security engineer. I spent some time at NASA. That's my true inspiration behind this project. Seeing some very, very high-level drones and wondering if I can get into them. And I started a project here at Cal Poly to do so. I currently am going into the Department of Defense, so definitely government side. Forensics and Security Technology. It's a huge cybersecurity organization here at Cal Poly. Our students are pretty talented. You know, we got some guys in the NSA, Facebook, MITRE, FBI, so we go all over the place. So what I'm going to talk about today is what I believe to be the drone problem in the airspaces. I'll talk about some legal implications, so if you're going to go out and do some security research, or just if you have a drone in general, definitely pay attention to the law, because there's been a lot of legislation passed just this last year. I'm going to talk about some interesting court cases. People actually physically shooting these drones out of the sky, and they actually got sued for shooting the drones. I'll talk about different modes of drone communication. So there's actually two different really big classifications of drones, and I'll identify both of those today. And I'm going to outline some critical vulnerabilities where I can basically show you guys how we've made this thing go forwards and backwards and do whatever the heck we want. Also a common selfie drone. You've probably seen the commercials for this. We can do the same.
Honestly, $1,200.
Selfie drones are $50. These are just about 200. Yeah, and I'll talk about some different attack scenarios. So I'll outline these vulnerabilities. I've actually wrote a lot of automated code, so any script tape can now do this, but I'll explain what I plan to do with that on a defensive purpose. And we are here to improve security, so I'll basically tell you how to actually implement security on these things. Yeah, and I'll talk about some different attack scenarios. So the drone problem. What I believe is these drones are actually really cheap to buy. They present a huge risk, both physically and in the cyber realm. And some drone users don't actually obey the laws, partially because some of the law is actually not that clear, it's constantly changing, yet these drone owners are running into legal implications. They're becoming much more prevalent near airports. I'm actually giving the same presentation and demo next week to the FAA and DHS. We're trying to basically implement a geofence around airports so we can test some of these vulnerabilities, and once you cross those airspaces, there's no law that will protect you flying a drone near an airport, so possibly I could be using this research for good. No-fly zones, so including in universities, if you didn't know, you're not allowed to fly drones at Cal Poly. There's only 2 student groups that are allowed to do so. FAST and an engineering group. So if you see people flying a drone, they're probably not allowed to do so. You actually could call the police on them, and they could be in a lot of trouble. As you can imagine, firefighting efforts are also a big concern. Emergency operations are huge now, and actually interfering with these operations is considered a misdemeanor in California. And what the problem is also is that physical threat. So these drones can carry payloads, 10 to 20 and even 50 pounds. So they're actually being used in war to carry grenades and explosives. Also, Wi-Fi drones is the big topic today. They have no security.
We've known Wi-Fi security for a while. They continue to manufacture these things with no security. I'll show you later. I plug the battery in, it's an open Wi-Fi network, so you don't even have to be a hacker to technically hack my drone. Also, Wi-Fi drones. So emergency services. Drones can also be used for good. They're actually used in search and rescue, operations, and they've actually saved quite a few lives. Using drones for recon, so in very, very intense military operations, it's usually send a drone in instead of a soldier. Also firefighting efforts. Yes, there has been repeating offenses, but firefighters are also using these to scout the landscape instead of sending firefighters in dangerous situations. So some legislation unique to California this year, they made it a misdemeanor to interfere with emergency services. California is one of the few states out there to actually pass legislation for interfering with emergency service operations. Also, they passed a bill, which is actually kind of interesting. If you're interfering with an operation, emergency services can do whatever they can to disable your drone. So they can physically shoot it out of the sky or basically knock it down if they have the opportunity, and you cannot turn around and sue them. There's been cases where someone's been filming a fire, they're interfering with firefighting efforts, the firefighter shot the drone and tried to sue the fire department. Well, now there's legislation that got passed in California where you can't do that.
Shoot with water guns?
A gun, if possible. Or when some of the radar guns out there that basically block all the signals will basically drop it out of the sky so it breaks that way as well.
I don't think I usually think firefighters carry guns.
That's why they have other law enforcement officials to take care of those pesky drones out there. So the drone risk, obviously, I believe there's a serious national security risk. I'm on the government side, so not surprising. It's difficult to track them as well as protect from projectile explosives. Incidental loss of a life. So if one of these gets hacked or someone just doesn't know how to control their drone, you know, this thing probably isn't going to hurt somebody, but if it damages property, there could be a serious lawsuit on their hands. Also, privacy concerns. Since you have something that can go up in the air, you can fly over your neighbor. You know, there's been cases of people spying on underage girls in a pool in a backyard, and basically there's been lawsuits over that.
What if you get my job was spied on by a drone?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we do value our privacy and just the general endangerment to life. When operating a drone, you should be very, very aware of what the regulations are and how to fly it properly. So, before I kind of go into some of the regulations, I want to talk about what is personal airspace. So essentially, the FAA defines what you're allowed to fly under is basically under 500 feet. If you go over that, you're considered a commercial aircraft, and you're not allowed to do that. Some of the DJI Phantoms can actually go upwards of 2,000 feet with just the drone, and just because they can do that doesn't mean you shouldn't do so. Also, flights less than 50 feet, that's the preferable range. However, this is just what the FAA defines as your airspace. And when flying a drone, you should make sure you have the property owner's consent. There's a lot of commercial regulations, as you can understand. If you want to use this commercially, there's even more procedures you have to go through. So a UAV device must be 55 pounds or less. So if it's 100 pounds, you're actually considered an actual aircraft, and there's different regulations to go through. To fly this commercially, you have to be 16 years or older. So if you want to start your own business, you know, coming out of high school, you can possibly do so. You have to go through the TSA to actually pass some of these commercial inspections. And also, when you're flying a drone, even non-commercially, you have to go through something called a pre-flight check by the non-pilot. So you should be flying in pairs of two. So just have someone inspect your drone, make sure there's no broken propellers, nothing looks funky, so it couldn't potentially cause risk. So just reiterating, fly below 400 feet. And you also have to keep it in sight at all times. You must fly it during the day only. You're not allowed to fly a drone at night. It's actually illegal. And you have to fly drones below 100 miles per hour. So if you want to do some drone racing, you have to do that indoors and get special permission to do so. So there's some do's and don'ts when flying drones. I really like this visual. Please don't interfere with emergency officials. Don't fly it near airports. Obviously, don't carry toxic chemicals. That's bad. So there's something called a nuisance, which can actually be considered a lawsuit. The reason I bring this up is there's been some drone cases where farmers have been interrupted by drones because those drones were basically annoying their livestock and causing a business impact, essentially. Basically impairing someone's business operations. So if there's any sort of financial loss because of drone use, you really do got to be careful. And you know, I always go to national parks. You know, I really like to hike, for example. I always see people fly drones in national parks, and those are technically no-fly zones. You know, using my cyber capabilities, I would love to just drop those drones out of the sky, but I don't want to get investigated by the FBI.
You can't get missed with the FBI if they don't know.
True, I can cover my tracks. So I do want to talk guns versus drones because this is also becoming more prevalent. Some property owners are actually physically shooting some of these pesky drones right out of the sky. And it's been both win-win on both sides. There was a case in Texas recently where a property owner had a drone flying over his fenced area with his underage daughter, supposedly a privacy concern. He actually got sued for shooting the drone because he didn't follow the rules of engagement. You can technically only shoot something if it poses a reasonable threat to human life. Unfortunately, privacy concerns are not a reason to shoot a drone out of the sky, no matter where you live. Alright, so I've covered some of the policy and procedures here. I'm going to get into the very, very gritty technical details. So, defining two different types of drones. There's radio frequencies, and then there's Wi-Fi drones. I'll mostly be covering Wi-Fi drones today, but I'll also discuss radio frequencies. So, radio frequency drones fly over both 2.4 gigahertz, but more commonly 5.8. The common DJI Phantom usually flies over 5.8 because it requires higher frequency bandwidths to sustain flight. And the difference really is between 2.4 and 5.8 is that 5.8 allows for very high definition video and essentially longer flight ranges. All the Wi-Fi drones are usually over 2.4. So radio frequencies are really the most secure way to actually fly a drone, and they're not impossible to hack, but much more difficult. So they are relatively secure. I say relatively because everything could get hacked given enough time and resources. They have a lot longer range than Wi-Fi. So a big problem with the Wi-Fi drones is if you fly them over about 100 feet, you're going to lose connection and you're going to be chasing your drone with a controller. There are less known security issues. However, the radio frequency drones are a lot more expensive and have high IoT interference. They're also vulnerable to jamming. All types of drones are essentially vulnerable to something called jamming. So there's a radar gun, which interferes with the signals between the controller and the device. There are less known security issues. So I really do want to talk about Wi-Fi drones today. They are what I consider a bigger threat than IoT. What the biggest problem is that it's very, very misleading packaging. You know, you go to Amazon, you type in drone. This looks really awesome. You know, it's got an app, it's got a drone. Wow, it can connect to your phone. It's very, very misleading. Some of these cheap drones actually don't even freaking work for technical people. Like this thing, I had to actually go into the app manually and calibrate it. And if you're not a technical person, you might not even be able to fly the device. Most of them are using unencrypted, poor implementations of Wi-Fi. They're using OpenWPA, which I don't know if you're technical people, but it's very, very bad. You know, we've known about Wi-Fi. It's been around for many, many years. You should be using at least WP2 and encrypting your traffic. But you know, it's like an open invitation. Hey, connect to my drone. So there are some pros of buying a Wi-Fi drone. They're pretty cheap. They're a little more portable. You know, this is a selfie drone. I can actually fold it up and put it in my pocket. So whenever I want to take some next level Snapchat pictures, for example, I can use my drone instead. They're somewhat user friendly, but like I said, they're so cheap that some of these apps don't even work correctly. High quality cameras for quite reasonable price. You know, I picked up two of these for about $200 a pop, and these are one of the most popular Wi-Fi drones. 720p, pretty high def. You know, it's bang for its buck. Problem is, they use Telnet. They're unencrypted. They're very, very buggy and require lots of calibration. You know, they should be plug and play, but unfortunately, if you're not a technical person, you're gonna have to calibrate your freaking drone before you can actually fly it. We're not your everyday user is gonna think, hey, I'm gonna go calibrate my drone. They're probably just gonna take it out of the box, download the app, and click fly. Unfortunately, they might be chasing their drone across the parking lot. High quality cameras for so there's some serious misconceptions about drones. They can't get hacked. Well, I'm going to show you guys today. We're going to hack into this thing live. They don't store data. So, unfortunately, being unencrypted and partially being a forensic examiner, there's a lot of data on there. So if you're flying a drone, I might know your location, who you are. So if you're flying it near an airport, if I have to take you to court, I'm going to open up this drone, take the SD card out, and use that as evidence against you. People think drones can't be used in a criminal investigation, but unfortunately, all digital media can always be used against you. And drone packaging. Very, very misleading. You know, this looks like a cool package. If you guys, I'll show this later, but very, very flashy. You know, it looks like a very high-end drone. Unfortunately, it's not. They don't store data. Drone forensics. It is very destructive, but it's very beneficial if you're doing an investigation. For this particular one, I'd actually have to essentially break the drone in order to pull out the SD cards. But we could pull out a lot of cool data. Flight timestamps, so when you were actually flying near the airport, for example, where you were flying it from, and where your drone was. So you could be 100 feet away, trying to hide and fly your drone remotely. We have the pilot device information, so there's that handshake between the drone and the connecting device. Your device has a name if you don't know. Usually you can rename it like Carter's iPhone, for example. It has a MAC address, pretty public, and access logs. So whatever you do with your drone, just know it is getting logged. Essentially, social media information is a big one too. So a lot of these drones have features to basically push this video feed directly to social media. And unfortunately, it's unencrypted, so those credentials could be stored in plain text. So one of the common protocols on all these drones is called file transfer protocol. It's actually back from the 70s, and if you implement it correctly, it's quite secure. Unfortunately, drones do not implement it correctly. Originally, it was built to secure military sites and is still actively used protocol. What this is used for is pushing and pulling files from the drone. So essentially, a hacker could hack into this drone, essentially push a file. I put a file called Carter was here just to prove I was there on the drone, but that just represents I could put malware and control it remotely in the future. The AR parrots. Many people haven't heard of these, but these are one of the most common Wi-Fi drones on the market, and also the most vulnerable. It's like having everyone, know your Wi-Fi password, for example. You can just connect to it and pull root shells. There's actually a lot of open source code, so exploit code out there that will remotely launch these drones. We've also modified it in our own and automated the process to essentially hack these drones. The parrots are the worst. I see them all the time. They're very, very common. If you Google drone on Amazon, you're probably going to pull up an AR parrot. So, an exploit scenario. We did this live, and my teammates actually freaked me out. My phone represents the controller, for example. They thought they were funny and took my MAC address and de-authenticated my controller. Then, essentially, a computer or another malicious device could connect to that device to either Telnet or FTP in. They pull root shells because there's no credentials or default. And then you can launch customized code. Like there's a Node.js script that allows you to remotely launch, land, and set coordinates from a computer. A lot of risk with cybersecurity and remote code execution on drones, because what I'm going to present today, I can remotely shut this drone down at any time. We can also pull the video data, the photo data, so those privacy concerns could even become even worse when hackers could potentially steal your photo and video. Having the ability to take physical control is scary. And potentially use these drones for more sophisticated attacks. So right now I'm writing some code to basically turn this drone into a pineapple. So say I fly this up on top of a Starbucks, everyone that connects to it, I can push files directly to their device and pivot from there. So Telnet. This is what I'm going to be talking about today. If you have Telnet on your networks, there's probably something worse that's wrong. However, the implementation that drones are using are even worse. It dates back to the 70s. The more updated version of communication is obviously SSH, but we'll show you what we can do. And even if there's secure Telnet, you've got MSO942, which essentially allows remote code execution otherwise. And also the big issue with Telnet, clear text, lack of authentication. So say I fly this up on the top of Starbucks. So I will show you guys this live, but basically, when you nmap this device, this shows it has open FTP and open telnet. Just to see what's open, you know, hello world. So when you telnet in, you basically drop directly into a root shell on this device and you can execute commands from your computer. Pretty easy, you know, they have all the system files in something called SBIN. Yeah, SBIN. We go into SBIN, you know, all the system files, no password needed, you're in a root shell, and we can reboot the device, shut it down, halt it, do basically whatever we want on this device directly from your computer. So it's not hard to hack these things. If you have basic Linux administration skills, all you need to do is, you know, connect to it on your device, you know, do a quick nmap scan, do a little exploration, and you can probably do a lot of damage yourself. I actually wrote some automated code, so if you don't know Linux administration, you can just run my Java program and it'll hold the shell for you on these devices. I'm actually going to make a GUI for this, so give this to potentially to law enforcement officials. So say they see a AR parrot drone that's in classified airspaces or near airports, for example, they could potentially use this to destroy that device. So FTP exploitation, you can't execute, for example, operating system commands, but you can make directories, push and pull files. So this is how we also pull the video feeds directly from the drone, and somewhat execute commands if you push some malware to the drone. So some of our scripts that we wrote allows you to execute arbitrary commands. So the first thing all you have to do is install node.js, and you essentially run our Python script against this drone. So in the attack described earlier, when you de-authenticate the original controller, all you do is run my script. You can launch the drone, make coordinates, make it towards you, or, you know, land it somewhere else. And it's pretty easy, you know, literally 1-2 lines of code. Let's see if I have a screenshot. And someone execute commands if you push some malware. It's a little small. I'll get a better picture in the next slide. Yeah, so we wrote an automated script for this, so you can take it off, land it. Easy. So what's next in my research is essentially automating the process. Describing this to you guys, you're probably a little bit overwhelmed right now, but what if you had an automated program or some sort of GUI that did all this for you? All you gotta do is press 1 or 2 buttons. I do work concurrently with the government, so the FAA and DoD. They have recognized this as a serious problem, so I do want to outline these vulnerabilities, as well as hopefully work with the manufacturers, tell them that these drones have some serious issues. Parrot, there's been some researchers that sent them reports before, they don't really care. I just reset this last night, updated it with the latest firmware, and all my exploits still work. I would like to see the community research new communication for drones. There's a problem, we should find a fix for it. So some crazy attack scenarios. Use one of these drones as a honeypot. So you can fly places that other people cannot go. What if I flew on top of a big building and was able to pivot from these drones to other people's devices? Create an attack drone. I could potentially use one drone to attack the other with these automated scripts. I do need to do some research on the 2017 TCP buffer overflow that, I don't know if you guys heard about the Shadow Brokers leak. They were supposed NSA exploits that were like essentially God mode exploits, but Windows did patch the issue. However, Parrot does not push updates to their drone, so they could potentially be vulnerable to these buffer overflows. I do need to do some more research on FTP payload delivery. So essentially when you connect to this device, I want to write some code so I can push files to your device. We are going to start doing some research on DJI Phantom controllers. We did a little testing this year. We believe they have some poor implementations of USB 2.0 where it automatically recognizes, installs drivers, and executes USB devices. So that's not good. I could build some auto-executing malware to infect those. Research is important. If we're not finding this and we're the good guys, the bad guys can do so much more. So we need to stay ahead of the bad guys, find out what they're up to, find these flaws before attackers do, and then help make safer products for the future. Defense. I only have one slide on this, but it's pretty simple. When you buy a drone, I recommend automatically resetting it to default. You don't know if it's been tampered with before. Also resetting it to default, make sure you're using the updated firmware. Some of these drones it's actually really difficult to push. You might have to plug it into your computer and push it that way. But at least Paris, it's through the app, so make sure before you fly, use the updated firmware. And simply add a password to your Wi-Fi network. They don't have a password by default. It's actually quite difficult to implement a password, but at least give it a good password. Not only giving the Wi-Fi network creates a password, you need to create a password for both Telnet and FTP since they're not using authentication. You don't know if it's been tampered with. So any questions on the basic presentation before I go into a live demo? Some of these drones it's actually really difficult to push. Yes, sir.
You have a GitHub account?
I don't. A lot of this code, unfortunately, I don't like sharing a lot of my code with a lot of these automated stuff because it's a little scary. But I do have no issue sharing my slides. So if you're interested in getting a hold of these slides, just drop me your information afterwards and I can send it out. Because these slides I made basically through the university, so this is my research. I'd love to get it out there. Any questions? Alright, so I'm going to go into a live demo now. Before I do, I will note this is going to create a Wi-Fi network. Please do not connect to my drone. It's a pretty bad device as it is. If more than 3 people try to connect to it, it essentially DOSes it where it doesn't work. So it's just a crappy device, but I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to restart this drone and we can do whatever the heck we want. So if you're interested in I will say again, do not try to connect to my drone with your phones. Let her boot up now. Team viewer. Any questions? Alright, so I'm going to go into and so I'm using Kali Linux, but all this could be done on basic Linux. So whatever you use, Ubuntu, but I use Kali because it's most popular and it's a lot of fun. So the first thing I do is on my computer, it's an open Wi-Fi network. It's just a crappy device, but I'm going to show you guys to restart this drone and do whatever the heck you want. This battery must be dead. So I brought 2. Again, do not try to connect to my drone with your phones. Alright, she's loading up. Let her boot up now. And so it was working. I'm using Kali Linux, but all this could be done on basic Linux. So whatever you use, Ubuntu, but I use Kali because it's most popular. There it goes. So now she's green. Obviously she has a Wi-Fi network. It doesn't have internet, but this is how it communicates with other devices. I'm looking for it on my computer right now. I'm not seeing it. Give it a second. AR drone. Hey, this is a cool drone. I'm going to connect to it and see what I can do. Doesn't have a password. Connecting. Give it a second. I'm hoping this works because sometimes when there's a lot of devices in the room, even though you're not connected to it currently, it tries to, your devices are seeking out Wi-Fi networks and that might not allow it to connect. Hoping it does though. Oh, cool, it worked. So just to confirm that, I'm in Kali Linux right now. It didn't work. It doesn't have a password. Well, let's try. Give it a second. Yeah, I don't have a connection. I'm hoping this works because sometimes when there's a lot of devices in the room, even though I'm going to reset it and try it again. It worked right before all you guys came in here, but yeah, make sure none of you guys are connected to it right now, otherwise it's not going to work. Well, I pulled up earlier while this is loading up. So this is through FTP, this is the interface, but as you can see, I push files remotely to this drone. I put, I was here, I was here, I was here, I was here. Essentially in the hacker realm, if you put you were there, you could push files to that device. I only like to put a text file, because I don't want to be damaging. You know, the fact that you could say you were there, you could essentially send malware and attack that device. Right, let's see if this is going to work now. No. Well, I pulled up earlier while this is loading up. So this is through FTP, this is the interface, but as you can see, I push files from the system. I was here, I was here, I was here, I was here. Essentially in the hacker realm, if you put you were there, you could push files to that device. I don't like to put a text file, so I don't want to be damaging. You know, the fact that you can say you were there, you could essentially send malware and attack that device. Right, let's see. Well, that's why I took screenshots of my presentation. I can go back to that. So what I would have shown, the first thing I would have done was nmap a device. And nmap shows you all the open ports and all the open services on the device. It's actually free and open source, but be very careful if you're going to run nmap. You cannot run it against like public websites like cpp.edu. The ISO office is probably not going to be too happy with you. So the first thing I did was run nmap, and I say, hey, it has open telnet. I wonder if they have a password on that. Turns out they didn't. You can actually just type in telnet, the IP address, and it drops you into a root shell. The first thing that it shows you is if you type ls, which shows you all the available directories in Linux, is bin, etc, root, a lot of like high-level system-level stuff. And I was like, hey, what's an sbin? Sbin sounds like secret. And when I go into sbin, I essentially see all the system services. And I wonder what reboot does. Essentially, when I hit reboot, it reboots the device.
It would reboot the device while it's on.
Correct. So what, in some of our testing, I have a student fly the drone, and I can reboot it, and essentially just drops it right out of the sky. Reboot's one of the nicer ones, because if you hit halt, for whatever reason puts it in some sort of stasis, it does fall out of the sky, but you have to physically remove the battery, plug it back in, and do a factory data reset. I don't know what the use is.
So, why would a drone allow
telnet services? And I wonder what reboot does. They should be using SSH. You could technically secure telnet, at least adding a password, adding authentication. This would not allow me to basically pull a shell and pull your operating system on my computer. Yes. Oh, I do have a video I can show you guys. And I already have it preloaded. So this is the code that we wrote to make the drone take off. So we basically de-authenticated the controller, which is pretty easy to do. If you attended the Wi-Fi workshop earlier, there's public tools to do that. And one of my vice president actually is launching some code to fly the drone with his computer. And it's better with sound, so let me turn this up a bit. Adding a password, adding authentication, this would not allow me to basically pull. He's actually flying this drone directly from his computer right now. He's sending the coordinates. Yes. Oh, I do have a video I can show you. It took a while to get the code locked down initially. It just took it off and it kept flying up, and I was freaking out. We started meeting up in my apartment, just turning the drone on and going through the OS. There's nothing to do that. And one of my vice president actually is launching. So he was flying that drone with his computer. Anybody could do this. It's very, very simple code. There's actually code on the internet to allow you to do so. He's actually flying this drone.
Are there any court cases about people hijacking a drone?
I'm sure, because technically it is still hijacking a digital device, which is considered a crime. I have not done much research on any of the exact cases themselves, but I'm sure there are. There has to be how easy these are to break into.
Sorry, your battery died. I don't know what.
Actually, well, since they are so open, they do get a lot of that IoT interference. So just because you guys aren't connected right now, all of your devices are trying, like, seeking out the Wi-Fi network and essentially DOSing it. That's why we usually fly in a very secluded area. They never work in big settings. I'm sure, because technically it is still hijacking a digital device. We could try that. If everybody could turn their Wi-Fi on their cell phones off, that might help. No, so much will pick it up. They are so open. They do get a lot of that.
No.
I tested this exactly right before you guys came in too. That's why we usually fly in areas. All right, so any further questions on drone security? Really, as an industry, I think this is an opportunity for both students and professionals to actually create a service. I gave this presentation at HTCIA recently, and I'm actually in the process of discussing a pen test for drones, essentially. So there's something called an RFP, request for pen test. I believe in the future there could be something called an RFDP, request for drone pen test. I think we need to take security more seriously, and penetration tests are the only possible way. I don't know if you guys watched the Super Bowl, but I was having a nightmare in my head. I don't know if you guys knew, but that was done by one controller. If that one controller was compromised, you would have had a drone army at your disposal. So, one last time. I don't think this is going to work. That's pretty much all, folks. I'll have these drones up here if you guys want to come up and check them out. I've got my selfie drone. It's not on right now, but it's pretty cool. It folds up in your pocket. It's only about 50 bucks, but pretty cool. Just make sure you follow the regulations in flying drones legally, please. Your cell phone. All you do is download an app. All of the Wi-Fi drones, it's all done through Wi-Fi. They spin up their own Wi-Fi network. They don't have internet connection, but that's how they communicate. And again, it doesn't have a password. Anyone can technically connect to it, download the app, and fly your drone that way. But we've reverse engineered the communication protocols and got in how the manufacturer wrote their apps. I'll have these drones up here if you guys want to come up and check them out. Questions, concerns? Yes, sir.
So like, could you, like, now that, you know, you do like go into that drone and make it so that no one can use that exploit anymore, or are they written in such a way that you can't just undo that?
Technically, adding authentication on both FTP, Telnet, and the Wi-Fi network would prevent all of my exploits because I wouldn't be able to connect to it myself. The reason my exploits work is because I reverse engineered the app itself, and I'm sending the drone my commands instead of the drone's commands. But if you added authentication, I couldn't even connect to the drone in general. And got in how the manufacturer.
So like, could you, right now, if you wanted to go into that drone and patch up all the stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's basic Linux skills, so adding passwords and then keeping myself out. Yes.
So if you wanted to do that, you just go up and like connect back to the drone and just go like
Technically adding authentication. Yep. I don't know why by default it has no password on the Wi-Fi network. Must be like Starbucks gets Wi-Fi.
You can essentially create a honeypot.
Oh yeah, through OpenFTP. That's how you guys saw my screenshot. Carter was here. I'll go back to that.
Like, could you, right now, if you wanted to go into that drone?
Actually, this was not a screenshot. I did this right before you guys came in. This is through FTP. I can push files, and I can also pull files. So if there's any videos on there, I can pull files. But through OpenFTP, technically, if someone connects to the device, you could push a file to their device through FTP. Yes, sir.
Is there any way to really talk to the firmware through through an SD card? So you could like get into their drone and perhaps push a lot more power to one more than
Oh yeah, through OpenFTP. That's where the radio frequency drones do a lot better because they do have a higher frequency range. But the Wi-Fi drones, it's all unencrypted. If you implemented SSH, that would be the best bet for you.
But can you like just to connect to that, like not a lot of drones with an SD, you gotta do it all the firmware.
Videos on there, I can pull files.
Is that possible at all?
I haven't seen that actually. If someone connects to the device, push a file to their device through FTP. Yes, sir. Further questions? So if you guys are interested in doing some drone research, the Parrots are probably the best bet to start. You know, they have open everything. Just do it safely. Make sure if you're going to go out hacking, make sure you're in a field and you have permission to fly it there. It's a lot of fun, and you know, physically seeing something fall out of the sky because of commands you're sending through your computer is really cool to see. And like I said, it's very, very, very easy. You know, I teach students how to do this in about 10 minutes, and I'll walk them through and allow them to essentially shut down the drone remotely. Doing the deauthentication attacks is a little more advanced. It requires an alpha, Aircrack NG, and Kali Linux, but very easy to do as well. You can just Google how to deauthenticate a controller. All you need is their MAC address, or essentially you can just sniff for open networks and that connection and just find it that way as well. Just do it safely. Make sure if you're going to go out hacking, make sure you're in a field and you have permission to fly. Yeah.
That would be really hard to find. Right?
They're not easy to buy, but Amazon has them and they take a couple weeks to come.
Would you recommend for any kind of 5 or
And
9?
like I said, it's very, very easy. You know, I teach. I'm not too familiar with them actually.
5 or 9 DVI.
Allow them to essentially shut down the drone. Doing the deauthentication attacks is a little more advanced.
With the alphas you're essentially just using alphas for the
But very easy to do.
If you're doing it for like a home,
How to deauthenticate a
test,
controller. All you need is
the
their
fine
MAC
is fine.
address,
You
or
don't really
essentially
need too
you
much
just
connection when it comes to like a
sniff
very
networks and that connection and just find
If
it
you
that
want
way
to
as well.
do the big boy stuff, you can essentially just use a different antenna.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
If you can't source
They're not easy to buy, but Amazon has them.
industrial antenna, like a better one, and I'd say
We can ask the question of but how could that like 43 DVI?
you can retrofit if you have the patience. You can retrofit any antenna to the alpha.
Yeah.
That's if you have the patience. But honestly, when it comes to like paradrones and like Wi-Fi hacking, when it comes to like these things, you don't need too much power. You don't need too much connection, unless you plan on doing something malicious. Then sure. Hypothetically speaking, sure.
The one I got really good with works really well for intersection.
Oh yeah. I have like 3 alphas.
Oh, my demo might work now. Oh, it works. So I managed to connect the device. When I tell that in, there's obviously no creds, so we pull directly into a root shell. Whoa. Yeah. Spin. So we're gonna basically reboot this device right now. And it's offline, it's gonna reboot, it's red. This is all done through my computer right now.
Put that on the ground?
Put that on the ground.
The connection was close. Yep. And it's rebooting right now. All done through my computer. So I managed to connect the device. When I tell that in, there's obviously no creds. We pull directly into it. Alright guys, so thanks for coming to my talk. If you have questions, I'll stick around for about 45 minutes here. Feel free to come up, check out the drones. I unplugged them for now, so no one else can connect them and take them off. But thanks. Yeah, I'll give you my card. I can just email it to you. You missed it, man. I do owe you these slides.
Let me see actually. Let me see what.
These parrot drones, they're awful.
They would have do you have swag bag?
APIs.
There's a schedule in there?
I actually did.
Was he able to find the place?
Yeah. That way you can get like your feelings on them and solder get
Yes. Or if you want to do stuff. The parrot's like everything.
Yeah, I wish you were doing
This they go online and they cover bases and open source guides. So it's so you can just read the source. Yeah, and so we have why do you allow telemetry? They put open source. Yeah, so I don't know what they're thinking.
Oh, which one would be interesting?
Pretty awesome. It's pretty terrible, but
I feel like flag.
And this stuff was he was
Lockpick
doing
was all day.
getting to the drones.
That's in that one. I actually haven't done that yet.
On the river comes and he flew near his yard. You don't even need to do it.
Yeah, dude, no, it's crazy that they have it set up where it just doesn't have any private security.
I've already automated a lot of this, but if you go on the geofence, there's vulnerabilities. So if you go inside the geofence, you're already committing that. It's all hacked. There's a paragraph that also to FAA airspace.
Hard part of that,
You can automate the hard to tell that specifically for AR drones.
Yeah, it's not too difficult.
No, I've already made. I've got a proof of concept on the code.
Yeah, because those
Radar guns. Yeah, and they're limited range, so if something's flying above that, it's going to go
like 5 a.m.
But you can get a Wi-Fi extender.
I know.
Well, like,
right now it's like one of these, Joe. Use it. It's a selfie drone.
Yeah, you off an 88. Or you see
Right straight up to
you DOS
some other
an 80.
Yeah, you can also record video if you buy.
It's probably like the size of this table.
Those things were fun.
And for whatever reason, it's got
Yeah, I
the
was in my room and I started playing with it.
It's all these use open work.
I opened it, checked it out.
Hold that. Sorry, but show that. Now after that, I went home and tested it. Hit the fence a little bit. Second time, just fly out.
Yeah.
He had it for, but then now he just does everything through.
So they have the one off tiki mat.
Depends on if you're a licensed operator or not. Then yeah, it's single. All these frequencies. I can go up to 1500 watts. Not on Wi-Fi frequency, but on the lower ones, 1500 watts. Don't even, like.
Is there a volunteer for monitoring? I wish I could make the
A lot of my work, I'm
building 163 room 1015 in the R&D.
Yep, that's awesome. Honestly, if I would have thought it though, because they were taking video of his underage daughter in a bikini.
Oh, I remember that. That was a couple years ago, and it was.
I stand by him, but and it was over his yard, but due to the fact he was in a populated city, he got sued.
Because the argument against him is that that's it. That's it. There is no reason for you to apply my drop in this is their neighborhood. So they got arguments like, no, this is my area, this is my area.
But
I have the right to
problem
play.
was it was
But it was good. The general public. Oh yeah. It's on like mine.
It's like.
Well, Joe, we have code now that you have to control it. It's going to remotely just file launches now.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I have some stuff on the drone itself.
This is the one we've been playing with. We haven't been using yours because it's the DL crap on stuff.
Yeah, I did some work on this a couple years ago. I got into the drone and I turned it into a fake Wi-Fi network. And it does a lot of terrible things that it's hard to keep the drone down. And one of the things is because it was hard to fly. Basically, these drones suck at flying. You can see from the red marks. They like going to walls. But what it did was it would automatically turn on, fly up in the air, hover at a height, and after about 5 minutes it would land. And so it just hovered. Yeah, there's an emergency mode. I don't know why it's in the code. It's emergency defense mode. And I don't know what, they don't document what it is, but when you do it, the drone turns on, like it's here, it will activate these, so it'll fly backwards. And I don't know why. You can activate it while flying or in the ground, but I don't know why. And what it'll do is it'll just fly backwards like this for no apparent
but it's a button on the app and in the API. So you fly it, but
It was here.
so I don't know. It's changing.
What I want to try to do is through FTP, so if you connect to my device, I'll just automatically push the files to your computer or device. That's great.
We actually had that one. It was through the web interface. We had
Really?
that was part of the research. If you check it out,
Yeah.
we had a dropper on it, and so when you connected
That's
in, it
just
automatically.
dead. It's like, it's so open, you know, people, if you rename the Wi-Fi network, free Wi-Fi, everyone can use that. It's a good
It had a dropper. Surprisingly, we found that Android was the most secure in this sense. We just told we had the web server do an auto download, and Android was like, "Warning, you can't do this." You know, it'd be like it would display notifications. iOS would download it, but we didn't have any iOS malware, but it would automatically let the file download. And Windows was just like, "Sure, I'll do everything you want." Of course, Windows would, but it was just super weird. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. Have you seen Sammy's research on this? He's probably the pioneer of AI drones. It's he did so much stuff way back when, and his original thing was because he didn't have access to the internal part of the drone, or he didn't care to, because it's very limited. He took a Raspberry Pi and he strapped it onto the top of the drone and flew it, and that was how he did all his attacks. It just piggybacked off the power. Nowadays, with the zeros, you can do a lot more stuff on these drones. The zero Ws. I wish I had those when I was doing the stuff back.
Yeah, we also have another doing a search and rescue drone, rover, over Wi-Fi, and we're thinking about when we run this access point on a drone to act as a midway.
Yeah.
Just like David did.
The only problem with that is.
It's a proof of concept.
Yeah. The only problem with that is most drones, these Wi-Fi ones, it's a pain to get the dual channel, but you're able to pilot it. It's easy.
Yeah, we're thinking about drone and Wi-Fi being on the grid.
Oh, okay, yeah,
We
then
have
it
a
makes
lot of
sense.
access point connected back to the other. Just like we did in just
This one, these parrots actually have a hidden feature in them. It's called, there's one mode called multiplayer, and part of multiplayer means it connects to another SSID. So we were actually able to join ours to a travel router, and then the travel router was bridged to CPP, and then that allowed us to get online with that. And then it was able to do internet things off of the drone directly. But it was very difficult and stuff. I have a card, I just don't have one with me if you want.
Hey Joe, these slides.
Sweet. I wish I could have been here. Oh, okay.
I just didn't know.
What school are you again? Oh, man.
So we do all.
So we were actually to a travel router, and then the travel router was bridged to CPP. And then that allowed us to get online. And then it was able to do internet things off of the drone directly. But it was very difficult and stuff. I have a card, I just don't know if you want. Sweet. I wish I could been here. What school are you? Oh, yes.
Would you like her to? You want me to force her to?
Long time no see.
What's your last name? I'll do it. Is there anyone here from MISA? Are you the person who's presenting?
Yes?
Aww.
I've heard you presented, I saw it.
Okay. No, someone else is going before you. I just want to have your name so I can introduce you. But now everyone in the room so you know who you are anyway. Gigantic job. They must have a hard time convincing you to do this because you must be exhausted. I hear it. From this. Are you the person that presented?
Yes.
Aww.
I've heard you presented.
Thank you for asking.
Can I speak from here, possibly, or should I?
Yeah, is that okay? Can you change that?
Yeah, I can move the camera when
Okay,
it comes
is
to
that all right? Great.
I'll just let me go grab my stuff first.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, is that okay? Can you change that? I can move the camera. You just have to turn the pieces to face you.
I can sit up there, but I don't.
Yeah, if you're comfortable there, we're good with that. How many of you think there's value to diversity in computing? Yeah, I guess you wouldn't be here if you went preaching to the choir. And you know, as we set this up, I kept thinking about that model, the recent, what was it an ad for? It was in the news like a month ago because they did an ad where it was a protest march, and Jenner, what's the name of the model? Someone Jenner, Bruce Jenner's or daughter, right? And she rips her wig off and she goes and she hands, was it Coke or Pepsi or something? I was thinking Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, right? And what is the problem with how could that problem have been avoided? Or how do we think? How would the media think that we could say that problem would be avoided? She rips her wig off and she goes and she hands, was it Coke or Pepsi? By maybe having a diverse face in the room to tell them, oh, I don't think that's a good idea, that ad seems a little tacky or something, right? And if you have a diverse view and lots of people looking at creating something, then maybe you avoid problems like that. So, so this panel, and I gotta thank Benjamin for letting us kind of crash Tech Symposium and have people come in and talk about different things. And so what we've got at the beginning of this track is lightning rounds, and the speakers are Kyra Dieters, Tamara from AT&T, if she gets here, Avanade scholar Barbe Marquez is going to talk about her experience on campus as an Avanade scholar, and Danielle Nguyen, who was the ITC chair this term or this year for Mrs. Technology competition, a giant task that requires a ton of work and very little sleep. Then we're going to have a mixer where there's going to be 3 women from industry that people can in small groups go to ask them anything. Actually, I didn't tell them that when I asked them to show up. Ask them anything about careers and their jobs and what it's like to work in technology. And we've got Tamara White from Avanade, Hayat Jabir from Kaiser Permanente, and I'm hoping we see Mimi Tai Chen, who's an IT consultant, and if she doesn't show up, I'll tell you about my career in the aerospace industry. If you haven't heard that sad story already. So our first speaker, let me introduce Kyra Dieters, and she is actually from Troy High School. And when we were talking about this event, I had probably 10 people say, oh, you should get Kyra, you should get Kyra. So many people mentioned her that I am thrilled that you are here, and I think you have a lot to say about technology. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to you.
Hi, I'm Kyra Dieters. You might have noticed the wheelchair and the dog. I have some physical and mental disabilities, and I'm here to talk to you about diversity. So why is it important? As you mentioned, it can bring a diverse viewpoint to a workplace and give different perspectives on things. Now, another thing is if you so I'm going to talk about sexism as an example, but there are many types of prejudices and they all follow a similar pattern. So for sexism, if you automatically disqualify 50% of your possible applicants, you're not getting the best talent possible for your company or school. And so if we get more women into STEM, we will have a wider talent pool to pick from. And the thing is, STEM already has too many job openings that are unfilled. We cannot afford to disqualify entrants based on arbitrary matters. So, like you said, wider perspectives can increase a company's consumer base and avoid PR mishaps. One example is the Apple Watch. They recently introduced a feature for wheelchair users so that they can track their fitness too without the whole step counter thing. And of course, you know, they figured it out eventually, but that feature might have come along a lot earlier if they had had someone in a wheelchair on their team. But how much of a problem is this? Isn't there, you know, isn't it 2017? Doesn't sexism not exist? It's a bigger problem in some areas than others. STEM is one of the areas where it's a bigger problem. So I'm going to talk to you about some studies done on this. There was one done by Microsoft in Europe, and it showed that around the age of 11, girls became really interested in STEM, but then by the age of 15, they lost interest. And 3/5 of those girls said that they would feel more confident pursuing a STEM career if men and women were already equally employed. So basically they were put off of going into STEM fields because of a lack of diversity. And another study, it showed that girls were more likely to assume that an intelligent person is male. And they were more likely to assume this by the age of 6. That means by the age of 6, they had already been exposed to enough sexist attitudes to assume that women were not going to be the intelligent ones. If they were told about an intelligent person, they would assume that that person is male. And these are 6-year-olds. 6-year-olds should be more likely to assume that the person is their own gender, just because of how their minds work. And younger than 6, that was the case. But they were exposed to enough sexism by age 6 that they started to see intelligent people as more likely to be male. Another study was done examining attitudes on women worldwide. And in one part of the study, participants were asked, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I believe men are more capable of doing things in society, such as working, earning money, being educated, and teaching than women. So worldwide, about 25% agreed with this statement, 25% of people. And you might think, okay, well that's worldwide. In the US, sexism is a lot less present, right? Well, in the US, 22% of people agreed with this statement. Not a whole lot better. They were also asked, to what extent do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I believe that women are inferior to men. Worldwide, 18% of people agreed with this statement. Again, you might think, in the US, that's going to be better, right? Well, in the US, 17% of people agreed with this statement. Now, obviously, that's a lot lower than it was, 100, 200 years ago, but that's still way too high. And the interesting thing was, men and women were equally likely to agree with these statements, which might not make any sense, but I'll go into that more later. So, there are all these women in STEM initiatives that talk about, let's get women into STEM, let's have scholarships for women, let's have women-only events. And some people might say, okay, women actually have an advantage over men because of all these things. However, if that were the case, you would see more women than men in STEM industries, and you don't. These initiatives aren't so much for the people who actually take part in them. They're for the next generation. Therefore, their job is to create role models so that little kids who are the age of 6, they can see someone intelligent that's a woman and say, hey, that can be me. And so you need these role models. And these programs that get women into STEM, they might not be perfectly fair, they might not be perfect, but they're the best we have because we need role models for young children so that they can see themselves and they know, hey, I can do that too. And so back to the concept of implicit bias. There's a study done by Yale researchers, and basically they took members of a science faculty at a university and they gave them a bunch of applications, and there was an identical set. One had male names and one had female names. And it was the same exact application, but science faculty members were more likely to view female applicants as less competent and less hireable. And male applicants were also offered a higher starting salary and more mentoring opportunities. Another interesting thing about this study was that both male and female faculty members were equally biased, meaning women were also biased against women. And this is because of implicit bias. What that means is it's a subconscious bias, which many people don't know they have. But because of the society they grew up in, it's something that exists. Now, in this subconscious bias, everyone is complicit in this. There are very few people who don't have this bias. It's how you're raised. And it's not something that's like, oh, you're a bad person, you're a sexist, horrible person. That's not the case. It's just how you're raised. But it's still something that needs to be addressed. And I mean, even I've done that before. I was looking at kids for tryouts for the cybersecurity team, and I had to check and make sure, okay, how would I view this girl if she were male? And sometimes I would have viewed her more positively, and I needed to check that and make sure that my own biases weren't influencing my decisions. So it's things like that that you can do to make sure that your biases don't get out of control and affect decisions. And so implicit bias is what causes some people to just assume that women are of a lesser status. For instance, my mom is a doctor, and some people walk into her office and ask, "Where's the doctor?" And she, but when she says, "Oh, I'm the doctor," most people say, "Oh, I'm sorry," because they didn't intend to be sexist there. But they did assume something. Another example is when I was doing tryouts, a kid came up to me and asked, "What are you trying out for?" I said, "I'm the commander. I'm the one who decides if you make the team or not." And the look on his face is pretty priceless. But yeah, and so he didn't ask, "Are you trying out?" which would have been a more neutral question. He assumed that I was trying out and that I wasn't one of the people running the tryouts. So these are some examples of this implicit bias. This is the same bias that causes some people to assume that the woman's going to be the secretary instead of the boss, that she's going to be the assistant instead of the manager. And these attitudes are more prevalent in the STEM field than other fields. And the thing is, like I said, you see these biases in women too. Women will assume that my mom's not a doctor in the room, just as much as men will assume that. And like I said, they don't mean to be sexist. This isn't intentional, it's something that they want to do. A lot of these people, if you ask them, "Are you sexist?" they say, "No way." And that's a good thing, but it's not quite far enough. We need people to address the subconscious biases, because those are the ones that lead to women being hired less than men for the same exact application. Those are the biases that keep women out of STEM fields. And like I said, these biases apply to other minority groups as well. I'm using women as an example, but there have been similar studies done on racial minorities and LGBT people, and similar results were found, that people were biased and more likely to hire people from majority groups. And that's just how people were raised. If you're raised seeing, only men as successful in STEM, only Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, then, it's kind of natural to associate that with success instead of women. Likewise, you all grow up having moms raise you, you're more likely to assume women are going to be more nurturing and loving parents, which isn't always the case. And gender really doesn't have anything to do with that. So these are some examples of implicit bias. And like I said, it's a big problem. It's something that needs to be addressed. And you can help address it just by addressing it in yourself. And if you see examples of it in other people, you might want to ask them about it, you might not want to. It depends on what the situation is. But just remember that it starts with you. And that might sound cliche, but it's the truth. Each one of us has these implicit biases that we need to address. And only once we all do that will things start to change and will things start to improve. So I ask you, address those biases. Make sure that you are taking things from a neutral perspective. And with that, we can form a more diverse group of people in STEM and make the world a more accepting place in general. Thank you.
And write beautiful software together.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experiences on the Cyber Patriot team and everything?
So when I first joined the Cyber Patriot team, there was about 10 of us on the team, and we would go to Ben's house for practices. And of the 10 people, I would be the only girl on the team. And I got a lot of questions like, oh, aren't you intimidated by being the only girl? How do you do this? How do you, isn't it scary? And I would say, no, I enjoy it too much. But the thing is, I've had girls who joined the team later tell me, oh yeah, I was kind of nervous about joining some of the other STEM groups on campus because they were all male. But when I saw that the Cyber Patriot team had a girl there, I decided, I think that team seems more like the one for me. And so my freshman year, I was the one girl out of those 10 people, and now I'm happy to report that our teams overall have 40% women. And that's increased over the years, and I think that's a pretty big accomplishment, because in most areas of the STEM industry, that number is a lot lower. Yeah, and another thing that happened, so I teach younger students, and when I was a freshman, there were a lot more sexist attitudes around me. And I explained to them that there's sexism and you will be one of the only women in your classes in college. And they were shocked to hear that. They were very surprised. And I was really proud of that because that means that the environment I created for them to train was a less sexist one. So much so that they didn't really even realize it existed. Now the world will be different for them after high school. They might encounter more sexism in college or in the workforce, but at least they're not going to be deterred. And hopefully by the time they get to college, they know they're passionate about STEM, that they're not going to let sexism get in their way.
Any other questions? All right.
Question?
You've got a question? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
What made you dabble into cybersecurity?
Well, I've always really been interested in tech. My mom said that I started using a computer when I was 18 months old, basically as soon as I could start to hold a mouse. And I went to Troy High School for the STEM program. I just always loved computers. As far as cybersecurity, I heard about it through ROTC, and I decided, hey, that sounds interesting, because I'm not a very athletic person, and a competitive team where I could work with computers seemed right up my alley, and so I decided to go for that. And it's definitely changed my career path in my life. So, thank you.
And are you a senior now?
Yes.
And where are you going to go to college?
University of Hawaii at Hilo.
Oh, how beautiful that's going to be.
Yes.
And do they have a cybersecurity program there?
No, I'm going to be a computer science major.
Computer science, all right.
She's going to start.
I think so. And then you're going to come back and compete here for CCDC, right?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
All right. Thank you very much. It was really nice to meet you. I heard so much about you, and now I know even more. Our next lightning speaker. Where is she? Oh, thank you. You disappeared too. Katari Fawn and Barbe Marquez. And let me tell you a little bit about the Avanade scholarships for women on campus here. Mitch Hill was a student in economics here a long time ago. He actually lived in the dorms over here and had a roommate, and was really inspired by an old colleague of mine, Don Bell, in the CIS department, and built the company Avanade into a global, gigantic company with 20,000, is that what you said? 25,000 employees, and was always very interested in giving back, and very interested in diversity and diversifying the company, because they have global reach and having people of many different nationalities and involved in that company. So the Avanade gave a generous grant to Cal Poly to start the Mitch Hill Center, which you've heard a lot about today, probably, if you've heard about cloud computing and the vending machine, for spinning up servers and things for people to use and run cybersecurity competitions on and things like that. And part of that also was scholarships for 5 women who were getting degrees in technology, computer science for 2 of them, and 3 of them are CIS majors, and it was $15,000 a year for each woman. So it's a real commitment to helping women get a technology degree. And 2 of the scholars, and they did this for 3 universities around the world, and Cal Poly's one of them. So you're lucky you're a student here because we're so distinguished in so many things. And so let me introduce 2 of our scholars, and they're gonna tell you what the program's meant to them and what they've been able to accomplish and what they enjoyed and what they were worried about. Good luck, guys.
Okay, so my name is Barbara Marquez. I'm a computer information systems major. Technically, it's a business administration major with an emphasis in computer information systems. I'm actually taking the application development route instead of security. My goal is to get into big data and data analytics, and some of my background revolves around CRM and education and robotics. So giving community and kind of outreach was, I did that for about 3 years in a startup company, so that revolved around robotics and education. So I got a lot of my experience through there. With Avanade, it's kind of reversed for me, so I always gave out mentoring and helped others, and so now I'm getting help trying to figure out exactly what I want to do, which is a hard path for me to figure out. So I actually was in community college for 5 years. I did the startup and was going to school at the same time, and I didn't really know where I wanted to go. I actually transferred into Cal Poly as a computer science student, and I thought, this is the way to go, this is how I'm going to make money, this is how I'm going to succeed. And I didn't actually realize that I was limiting myself with the amount of opportunities that I didn't get or I didn't see. So I actually reached out to Dr. Manson about the CIS program, and he actually introduced me to the 15 for 15 scholarship and opened my eyes about the opportunities that the CIS department actually has for me, and that I actually fit in better with this program. So it's helped me grow a lot more than I would have otherwise. I mean, I work with Tamara, who's my mentor, and I appreciate everything she does for me, and she answers all the questions I have. I did ITC 2 years in a row, and I know we're going to touch on this later. The first year I did it last year, she was a crucial part in actually understanding what consulting is, and it's kind of more what I want to do now too, is get into consulting with big data. So Avanade would be actually a really big fit for me to work in as a career to start. As of now, my goal for my last year, since I'm going to be a senior next year, is to do more outreach in Cal Poly itself. I've used a lot of the resources that the school's provided, and I plan on working with Danielle to see if I can help with that ITC next year and make it a better program, hopefully. I also plan on working with Poly Founders, which is an innovation club. Actually applied for the e-board, and hopefully I get a position on there, and I want to be able to work with other clubs to expand the outreach as well and help other students see their own potential. What's there to say? The scholarship has just been a great deal to me, just because of the opportunities it's had, the experiences I've had with, I think during the summer we went to the, was it? Yeah, we went to the Tech Summit in Seattle, and we toured the Microsoft Lab, and we did the HoloLens, and we sat through round tables, and Kitara was there and like hogging up the talk. Sorry.
I know she's gonna have nothing left to say.
I don't know, we both have different experiences, and we're both different types of people, obviously. I like to talk.
Tell them about your idea for systems analysis and design. How many of you have had systems analysis and design with the, no?
No?
Oh, there aren't that many. Liars?
There's no CIS majors in here at all? No?
With Bund, no? Is that who you have with?
I have both.
Okay, tell them your killer idea.
Okay, so I've actually taken system analysis before at my community college. So the way I learned it before was actual methodical. Like, this is the process, this is how you do it. You get a problem, you solve it. So with the professor I have now, it's kind of like, what's the problem that you see now? And what, even if it's first world problem, whatever problem it is, what kind of solution can you come up with? You know, solve the problem. So the idea we have, or I actually thought of, was creating an application where you could shop online. Brick and mortar stores are going out of business. Target, you know, Sears, JCPenney, whatever you want, all the clothing stores, they're going downhill. So we all shop online. We all look at clothes. When you buy them, you get them, they don't fit, you return them, and then the cycle keeps going, right? So the idea is to actually make a 2D model where you can actually create like a closet, select the items that you want to see together or try, and it's just comparing the customer's measurements with the actual physical clothing measurements, but you'll actually be able to see it visually in the 2D image. So I was talking with Tamara briefly about this, and I know there's different technologies out there that utilize like 3D or custom, but I haven't really seen anything like how to explain with the closet and being able to see a 2D visual and being able to kind of span different kind of brands. So that's the kind of idea that I had for system analysis. So it's kind of an innovation and kind of working through some ideas. So yeah.
And they're doing a team project, and now the rest of the team is like, oh no, now we have to implement, we have to do all the modeling.
I talked a lot. I want her to talk about herself a little bit.
All right.
So my name is Kate Tari, and I am currently a 4th year at Cal Poly Pomona, graduating with computer science. This is actually my last quarter here, so I will be graduating this spring. And just to tell you a little bit about myself, back when I was in high school, I still have not decided to go into like a tech field. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I was going into college, and so then I came to Cal Poly with computer science, but I didn't really know what I was doing or what I wanted to do after I graduate. And I think in the second year I found out about this Alpha scholarship program, and when I was applying for this, I was really excited because it's other than the grant itself, they also provide mentorship and also provides helps and try to help you figure out what you want to do when you graduate. So I was really thankful and I was really excited for those opportunities. So I applied for the scholarship and I was really happy that I got it, and I even got a mentor who helped me figure out what I want to do in life. And there was so many opportunities that I gained after talking to my mentor. This summer we went to a Seattle Tech Summit. I was able to network with so many business people out there. So that was a really great opportunity for me. Right now I think I know what I'm doing because I'm actually working with Alvanaut when I graduate as a solution developer. Kind of half consultant, half developer. So I'm really excited about that opportunity as well. Yeah. And right now I'm still taking a couple classes that involve app development, game development. It's just really fun to go out there and figure out what opportunity are out there, and it's really good to just build on that knowledge, even though that's not what you're going into. So yeah.
So I know we talked about ourselves, but I don't know if you guys have any questions about Alvanaut or our scholarship, or your questions or specific questions.
How do you sign up? How do I get more information about the scholarship?
Do you have any information on that? Because I know.
Come see me afterwards and I'll give you some information about that.
Thank you.
Is there any question?
Yes.
So you said you got a job at how do you find those opportunities exactly? Do people come to you? Do you apply for it through just methods with a resume?
Okay. So for the position at Alvanaut, I actually talked to John Lee, who is a vice president at the El Segundo branch. So since he knows me already, I kind of talked to him. I'm really interested in working for you after I graduate. So he told told me to like submit a resume and an application, so I have to like go through the whole process of doing the interview, like first phone call, second another phone call, and then third they will invite you to like the office and like have an interview with like a group of people who's interviewing there. So then after that they make the decision.
Yeah. Any other questions on this one?
What was the hardest part in your academic career? What was the worst day? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Last quarter? No.
Last quarter.
To be frank, it was kind of the transition. I was having a hard time when I was in CS. That was when I was struggling the most. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know who to talk to. I just kind of was giving up, and I was like, well, this is my degree, this is what I'm going to do, and that's it. So being able to talk to somebody about it was good and eye-opening of just, you know, being able to talk to somebody, honestly.
For me, this is actually my worst quarter because I'm taking 5 core classes to graduate on time, and those 5 classes are all like team project based, like big projects, and I'm really overwhelmed by like the amount of projects I have right now. Like I just finished one project that took me 6 whole weeks. So, and then I have to hop onto a different project like at the same time. So it's really tough on me this quarter, but still hanging in there, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, what was the best? What's the best thing that happened while you were here?
The best thing that happened is ironic to say, but it's actually this quarter. This is like the quarter that I am most productive, and I'm actually doing something. Like, to be honest, I just made an Android application like in one of my classes, and I did not believe that I will actually make an app like coming into this school. Like, I'm not gonna make an app, I'm just gonna like, you know, just take some classes and enjoy it. And but I actually end up making an application, so I was really proud of myself. It wasn't really that good, but at least like it's my own work. So
it's pretty decent though. I tested it out, it's pretty good. There's little quirks just because of like the phones are different, but graphics are really nice.
What's the app
and it
do?
works. So it's an alarm clock.
Ah.
But it's one of those that like you have to shake and you have to walk around, like get up and wake up.
It's a no snooze alarm, so like it will force you to wake up. It's a problem that I deal with every day, and the professor was like, if you're gonna make an app, make something that benefits like everyone, or like something that helps you. So I was like, oh sure, I mean I can't wake up every day like at 8, so yeah.
Can you port that to iPhone? Can you port that to iPhone? I need it.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that too because I actually had an Apple and I wanted to use that app myself, but I don't have an Android phone. So maybe like if I have time, I will probably import it to iOS as well.
You have one customer.
Thank you.
One customer already.
So when you guys heard about the 15 for 15, what was your first, thought? Did you have any, oh, I'm not,
You wanna go first?
any?
Okay. When I heard of it from Dr. Manson, I was kind of reluctant because I didn't think I was worthy, I guess, to say it in a weird way. I wasn't worthy of the scholarship just because I was getting financial support from my family, from my parents. But at this point, I've been at school for like 7 years. I actually already be out of college and working. So I still applied and I still gave a hell of an interview, They know I was nervous as heck though. So I was very self-conscious about it. It was difficult for me just because of myself, my own doubts and everything. But I've actually learned to deal with those through the program. And I've been able to actually start a life on my own and stop relying on my parents. I've been working on and off. The scholarship helps pay for my school and just relieve a lot of the stress off my parents because my dad retired. So financially, it helps a lot, and it's helped me just move forward instead of staying like, I felt like I was a high school kid still with my parents financially, couldn't go anywhere. But with all of this transition, it's helped me become like the adult I am now, so.
Yeah, I kind of have the same experience that she had. When I first heard about accepting this scholarship, it was like very surreal for me because I actually didn't believe that I would get it, and it helped me out so much because I'm like the first to graduate in my family, and I don't live with my parents here, so I had to work on my own to pay off the tuition. So when I got the scholarship, I did not have to worry about like the financial issues, and I just had to focus on school, which helped me like do better in school as well because I don't have to do like a part-time job. So it really helped me out. And first, when I was in the Alvina program, like the first time I felt like really small because like Alvina is like a big company, and I felt really small in it because I don't really know anything or like many people. So right now, I guess I'm more experienced and know a little bit about how like what everything is. So I felt better, I guess.
Did that answer your question?
You mentioned that you were in junior college for 5 years. What kept you going to make it through to a four-year college?
So actually what kept me going was my parents. So my dad dropped out of high school when he was 16, went to the military, got his duty there, then went to University of Phoenix, so he got in the water district. So he worked from the ground up, ditch digger to upper management. My mom was from the Philippines, so she got her degree in architecture in the Philippines, moved to the States, and she couldn't work just because her degree wasn't recognized. She was a woman in a man's field. Here in America, it is architecture is on guys. It's not a high-paying job as well. So I see the struggles that my parents went through, and when I was going through community college, it's like I have to finish school. I have to finish school. I can't do the struggles that my parents do because it's that whole expectation knowing that they want better for me and that they would give their lives to help me. So yes, I went 5 years with community college, but they also figured that I'll figure out what I want to do when I figure it out. Being able to work at the startup, it helped me figure out that I want to go into a tech field. It also helped me figure out that I have a passion to mentor people, help other people as well. And it's my parents that help me keep going. You know? Any other questions?
So sorry, go ahead.
I have two questions. So for your idea about the clothing line with like the 2D modeling, I kind of had the same idea too. I'm a freshman at UC Irvine, but I'm undeclared, but I want to go into computer science, but at the same time, like, that's your startup, right?
It's an idea. We're doing an analysis on it right now.
Oh, an analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask like, what are you guys going to like, or like, what's your first step into order to succeed for that thought or that idea?
So when you have an idea, it's an undeveloped idea. It's just, oh hey, we could do this, right? You jump in and you go, oh wait, there's a problem here, there's a problem there. So the way I say it is you need to create some type of analysis to figure out all the rough spots. Basically, you're gonna pitch yourself the idea. Is this a good idea? Why is it a good idea? How much is it gonna cost? How long is it gonna take to make? You know, who's gonna program it? Are you gonna do it by yourself? It's just going through the whole process. And right now, since I'm working as a class project, I have a structured idea in my mind, but I'm also working with other people. So the idea is being developed with these other people, and it's the process of just filtering pros and cons. So best idea is if you have a great idea that you want to do, sit down and actually make your diagrams, figure out what the process is going to be, what you're going to use, what kind of databases, computers, who's the customer, who's your target audience, and kind of figure out what's the best way, like, route to take it. Because if you just sit there and say, it's a great idea, I'm going to do it, you're going to have the hardest road doing it. Because you're going to take one and you're gonna get blocked. Like there's gonna be a wall, like I can't figure this out. And a lot of people do that and they give up. So if you feel that way, take a step back, look at a big picture, take a different route. It's just a different path. So.
And then my second question is, for me, it's coming from like a small high school to like a public university such as UC Irvine. Like it's a hard transition for me. So like I was wondering, how did you find Dr. Manson? Because I need to find Dr. Manson.
So now, okay, so there's different resources at your school. Like there's different resources here. So when I actually transferred, there was a transfer program that it was their first year when they started. The only problem is that they didn't have a science, like a STEM transfer program. So no one actually understood if you're an engineer, if you're computer science, if you're in CIS, what to do. Like you don't know, no one knew what the classes were going to be like or anything like that. But later down the line, that's why I actually applied for an ambassador position, which is a mentoring position at this school that will actually help students figure that out. Check with your school and see if there's any transfer like programs or anything like that that you can use as a resource. You could talk to professors that you have and just get to know them. They're people. They have knowledge about a lot of things. I've talked to Dr. Guthrie, I've talked to Tamara, I've talked to Dr. Manson, talked to the guy that's taking the pictures. Talk to people, get to know them, and you'll start learning a lot of things about yourself, and you'll start getting comfortable, and those resources, like, you come from a small college, it doesn't matter. You do you, and just be friends with everyone, because they will help you in the end. No one here is out to get you. We're all here to help you. And you can always reach out to me too as well. I can give you my information later. You can always reach out to me and I can see what I can do.
Thank you. Our last lightning speaker, Danielle Nguyen.
I'm going to stand with her.
Oh, you are going to for support? Okay.
She's going to be talking about
Let me tell you what ITC, does everyone in here know what ITC is? No? ITC is Information Technology Competition. There's a club on campus called MISA, Management of Information Systems Student Association, and they put on this competition every April, and it has 4 different tracks for competing. One is forensics, one is software development, business systems analysis. What am I missing? Security? What is
security, and there's no more system analysis.
Oh, okay. There's what? Oh, IT strategy, so exciting. Industry professionals write a case, and then student teams get to compete to try to solve the case. And then they go on the ITC day and they present their solution to the industry professionals and they get graded. And I have to tell you, I've attended the FAST one several times, and it's the most tense room that you've ever been in. The judges are very serious and it's very tense when they're being judged, but it's a huge event. Lots of people come to campus and there's a lot of coordination with the judges and the student teams and things like that. And Danielle was responsible for it this year. So let's hear what she has to say.
Thank you for the introduction. So you basically introduced what ITC is. So what is ITC? ITC is to aim showing teams of students real-world cases. The purpose of this competition is to allow students to network and also apply real skills to deal with real business cases. And it allows them to network with business professionals and also see how the real cases are. The main goal for ITC is to give them an ability to show their talents, prepare them for employment, and allow them to network. So what does ITC offers? It allows them to participants to network with business professionals, opportunities to develop hard and soft skills, insight on real-world skills after graduating, teamwork. There's cash prizes up to $1,000, and social gathering with fellow students, and great resume buffers. So the competition categories are IT strategy, IT security, digital forensics,
and web application development. The recent past companies that were involved are JPL, Hitachi, Edison, KPMG, Experian, Isaka, Avery, and Kaiser. Let's see what we have here.
To save you.
Yeah, a few. And so yeah, we definitely had a lot of companies involved. So what's in it for the participants? Participants win cash prizes, opportunity to network, get constructive feedback from business professionals, and you know, if they do well and impress those judges, they might possibly end up getting a job or an internship from one of those companies. So with this event, I definitely learned a lot from being a project manager, kind of planning the whole event and trying to communicate with the ITC committee to help make this event possible. I talked to Dr. Manson, Matt Springle, and a few other MISA e-board to help me out with this event. And during the time, I definitely had some struggles communicating with professionals and trying to reach out for sponsorships and participants from other schools. So for next year, like, we definitely want to improve on that with more participants outside of Cal Poly. So if there's anyone that's interested in participating next year, feel free to let me know after this. With this event, I definitely helped me land an internship this summer at City National Bank as a project manager intern. I'll be working, shadowing a project manager in the IT department, so that's going to be really exciting. And yeah. And next year, I'm planning to run for president for MISA and hopefully make this event bigger and better, and also have MISA do more inter-club connections and do more workshops besides ITC. Yeah. Questions?
How many people were on your team to organize the whole event?
So there were about 5 people in my ITC committee. Those included the president, the VP, external VP, VP internal, the executive vice president, and the director of marketing, and also the CFO for the budgeting and administration and stuff.
I just want to say something about this event because it has inspired me. I would not have done CCDC if MISA hadn't done ITC. Because watching this event grow over the years, 21 years in a row. I was here when it started.
It's been a long-held tradition, yeah.
And this is truly a student-run event. You do everything. All we do is sign paperwork.
Well, not everything. Like, I definitely had a lot of help with the ITC committee, and Matt, he has been such a great help for me.
What I mean is students do everything.
Yes, students do everything.
This is a student event, and it's one of the coolest events I've ever seen.
How much money did you raise?
We raised about $10,000, and our budget was around that price also. But if we get more sponsorships, we can do more stuff for the event next year.
And so was it weird calling it? Who did you contact to get money?
I contacted Edison, Avery.
Did you have a contact there, or did you cold call them?
Yes, we have like a pool of alumni in MISA, and Professor Carlin definitely helped us with that, with judges and also sponsorships. It's okay.
So what was the, can you give us a highlight of what the business case was, or were there multiple business cases, or?
So the cases are, I can show you. Do you want to explain that? Because she was one of the competitors.
So I was actually a competitor for the IT strategy. For that case study, it was a fictitious company, but it was based on real world, real life problem. So do we all remember the whole Amazon, Alexa purchasing,
oh, yeah.
the dollhouse, and yeah. So it was the same idea, just
more dramatic per se. But it was basically a basic Amazon. They called themselves Bazinga, and they had their version of Alexa, which was Bob, and they had the issue of someone, a younger person, ordering something inappropriate from Bob, and it got publicized by a committee or a parent committee or whatever it was. And so it was basically, what was the problem policy-wise? So when you look at strategy, it's not give me a solution, like a hard solution, technical solution. This is a business problem. There's policies and regulations that have been breached. What are these things that, as a company, we need to fix, and what kind of ideas do you have technologically that we could use? So the main purpose is to get policies and regulations and the financials and what the impact has on the company. So if I was a C-level executive looking at this pitch, I'm looking at all sides. So you have a problem, it's hurting us financially, how do we fix that? It's hurting us technologically, what's an idea we can have to fix it? So all of the different categories are very different. So strategy is hardcore on business, whereas forensics, web, and security are way more technical. Like way more technical. Like the web application, web design one, they had to create a website. It was like kind of like a Google page. You could see like the weather, and there's a bunch of things that it asks for, so it's a lot more technical, and you actually have to code the website, and it has to be a functioning website. So when you pitch it, you go through the whole process of what they did, and then they actually do a demo of that. Forensics and the other one I'm not sure because I never competed in that. So I have no idea.
Who is this competition open to?
It's open for college students currently. Cal Poly Pomona. Past participants are from CSUN, San Bernardino, Cal State Fullerton. I'm not so
If
sure.
you go
high
back
school
in
students.
time, we've had teams from San Diego, we've had teams from Fresno, we've had teams
UCI.
from all of Southern and Mid California. I don't know if we've had teams from Arizona. Not a bad idea.
We've had Harvey Mudd show up.
Yeah, we had Harvey Mudd for a number of years. They used to win the programming competition. The first few years, it was C++. Harvey Mudd always won. Then we went to Java.
Would you allow high school teams to play?
I will talk to the committee about that and the administration. I don't know. Good question.
You're gonna get an email.
Okay.
Well, if I get your contact information, I'll tell you.
My contact's here.
I know.
Is there any other questions about the competition specifically, about competing, or how it was ran, or anything like that?
So you said you want to expand it for next year. What are your ideas?
My ideas is to have definitely more involvement, participation from other schools. That was probably the hardest part this year, trying to contact other clubs, I tried to contact SLO to see if they wanted to come by and compete, but I think it was just kind of short notice, or they didn't get my email or something, or maybe I was thinking travel up there, or drive up to those different schools and kind of introduce what ITC is like, because I feel like ITC is only known by not many schools, so I definitely want to reach out more to that, and also sponsorships and more companies' participation. And I think with MISA, I definitely want, in general, I want to do something more technical next year. I was talking to Dr. Pike and some of the Swift guys a couple days ago about having MISA doing more of having data analytics workshops to have more of the technical side, because right now MISA only has a little bit professional development stuff. So with ITC, we want to have more workshops that can prepare for ITC or have different categories besides this. for maybe doing like a data analytics category. Yeah. Question?
So I'm just wondering about the actual competition. You talked about like there were 3 facets of it, and they were all like very technical.
Yeah.
You gave the example of the teams having to create something kind of like a Google page.
Mhm.
So if everyone is creating the same type of application, the way it's graded, is it based on like the presentation? Is it based off what like is the best implementation? What is like the simplest code? What is like how do they decide which team is going next?
So they actually have a rubric that they go off of. So the first, I think this year we had 3 weeks. 3 weeks to do deliverable. So basically talking about what we've done, like how we solve the problem, et cetera, et cetera. So we turn that in, and then it gets reviewed, and then we have a week to prepare for the presentation. So it's based on both the deliverable and how we present. So it's using 2 soft skills and a little bit of your technical skills, because you have your report, and now you have to present it to somebody. So there's 2 rubrics, one on what you wrote, and then how you presented. So if you walk in and you say, this idea is what I had, blah, 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 but it doesn't, it's not comparable to what you written out, you're in a real world. Like, you gotta picture it like this is an actual business that you're presenting to. So they're gonna look at the technical, they're gonna look at how you present, they're gonna look at how you solved it, if it's efficient or not. It's pretty much everything.
Are those rubrics open to public? Can I find them at themselves?
Yes.
Okay.
They're on the website. And also, but 2 months before the actual competition day, we have a thing called boot camp, ITC boot camp, where we help you give a little introduction on how ITC work and how you should prepare for the competition day, such as what to wear, how to present your case, and what would the case be like.
So there's actually previous case studies on the website. Just scroll down.
So these are past cases from last year.
So if you actually want to take a look at the cases, and you can actually solve them yourself and see how you do with it.
Here's the scoring for it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Let's see the web design one. What was the?
So these were from last year.
Hire someone to paint your house.
I see.
Watch your dog. Okay. Service marketplace.
And it gives you the point breakdown for each segment. That's good.
So with each case, you have to imagine like you're talking to a business client who's telling you this is the problem we have, and how do you solve it. Now with this, you get the problem instead of talking to a client, you get it as a paper form. But I know questions do come up, and they're more than happy to ask those questions to the creator of the case, because sometimes you just don't know. And I know with these cases, you have to assume a lot of things. So when you compete, it's knowing your assumptions, knowing the problem, and knowing the solution, and then being able to write those down. Any other questions?
Thank you. Did the person from AT&T ever get here? No, I guess not. Me too. Then we're done with lightning rounds, and what we're going to do now is divide into its activity time. You have perfect timing. And we're going to divide into the room into 3 sections. So I've got with me Mimi Tai Chen. She has experience as a consultant. She's a professor here also, and has a lot of experience in healthcare information. I'm sorry, I should let you introduce yourself, because you would do a better job. We've got Tamara White, and if you could take this section, or you take this section of the room, and she's from Avanade, and Hyatt Jabbar from Edison. So why don't we, and you can say where you are, why don't we have the 3 of you introduce yourselves? Sure. Take like 4 minutes, and then, yeah, well, they're going to be asking you questions.
Okay, so am I staying in this section, or is she gonna go over there?
Yeah, you stay here, that's good. And why don't you introduce yourself first?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Tamara White. As said, I'm one of the Avanade mentors from the scholarship program. Avanade is a company, we are owned by Accenture and Microsoft. They're our parent companies, but we're also our own independent company as well. But we were started by Accenture and Microsoft coming together, Microsoft realizing that they needed a consulting arm for all of their Microsoft products, and then Accenture, because they're so big, they wanted a smaller consulting realm that specialized in all of the Microsoft technologies. So that's how we came to play. I'd love to hear you want to do, where'd they go? The data and analytics in ITC, because that's what I specialize in. I started in coming out of college. I did shop floor robotics, so I was programming. I worked for General Motors. I programmed, so I did robotics. I've worked several years in aerospace. I've got like 15 plus years in automotive. I helped design the telematics systems and the your navigation systems and all your stuff that's happening in your car. I've specialized in healthcare, so through my consulting career and through my employee career, I've had some amazing technology experiences across all industries. And since specializing in the data side of it, with data and analytics, every company, every industry, everything you do has data. And with the big data and the cloud and the security and all of the issues that are happening in data or in that area nowadays, these next 15, 20 years in the whole data and analytics realm are just going to be amazing and open to everything you could want to do, from system analysis, from diving in and writing the R code that's data mining into the analytics, or just working with the clients and being able to understand the different industries to help them understand what type of data they have and what they're missing with not doing the analysis with that data. You've got massive companies that have 30-year-old legacy, 40-year-old legacy systems with and then you've got all of the companies now, like the shopping ad that she wants to do. You've got companies that they're doing facial recognition as soon as you walk in the store, and they know you stopped and looked at that water bottle for 5 seconds while you were in aisle number such and such. So there's personal shopping ads. There's everything you can think of out there, and anything you can think of available in the computer and data analytics side of it. So.
That's group number one. Done it all. Could you please introduce yourself?
So my name is Hyatt. I'm a discovery specialist at Kaiser Permanente, and I've been with them for about 3 years. And basically what I do is I collect, preserve, process data for legal matters. I also conduct forensic investigations, internal investigations, legal investigations, things like that. I'm actually a top quality graduate. I came here, I graduated 2 years ago, majored in CIS. So I think I have a very unique perspective in terms of the tools and things you need to succeed within this program. I think you guys are all, by being here, that's a good step already, because you're networking, you're learning what you need to do to be successful. I was in MESA too, so I highly recommend joining us for a meeting and hopefully when we have our little mix of things, you guys have questions, and I'll be more than happy to answer questions you guys
All right. Mimi?
Hi, I'm Mimi Tai-chan. I recognize some other faces, so this is my 30-second elevator speech. Over 25 years in the industry, information technology, management consulting, and healthcare and financial services. I actually, early on in my career, came out of the Big Four. I was a senior manager with Ernst & Young, did a lot of international management consulting. I think what I could sum it all for me, it's been a really exciting and awesome journey so far. I was very lucky and has always been able to work for companies where I run strategic initiatives for them. So where I bring together, it's really the process improvement, the operational changes, coupled with the technology enablement, and really to help them either solve some of the business problems or help them to achieve competitive advantage by leveraging technology innovation. So in the last 12 years, I've been in healthcare, so my domain expertise has been in healthcare, healthcare informatics, AI. I've touched upon a lot of AI projects, a lot of enterprise program management office. I've also worked 6 years for Kaiser, where I built the Kaiser Medicare Technology Group for Kaiser, where the group, because of the capacity of the group ended up helping Kaiser achieve to be the best in the delivery of Medicare in the US. So the Medicare model for Kaiser had become sort of the de facto standard in healthcare in all capacity, meaning their EMR system, their process, their operations, compliance, and a lot of the star ratings for Medicare. So I'm at a point in my career where I suddenly want to become an entrepreneur with all of the knowledge that I have. So the last employer that I was with was Anthem, and it was an exciting time because when I was at Anthem, they were hit by the largest healthcare security breach, which impacted 80 million member records. And I was so lucky that I was there and seen it happen and all of the chaos that went with it. And I know some of you took my class and we kind of talk about that incident confidentially in the class. But you know, cybersecurity is definitely a growing field, and I know that Dr. Manson has done a lot of work in that area, and it's not going to stop. It's going to continue to grow. So pretty much, I'm at a stage where I find myself as an entrepreneur, and I was very lucky. Last year was able to get a contract with Memorial Care Health System, and I helped them implement accountable care, which is also a trend in healthcare where the whole model of accountable care organization is driving towards leveraging technology, continuous improvement of processes, so there's a lot of Lean Six Sigma that goes into it, but at the same time trying to improve quality of care and minimize the cost of resources and labor. So, I'm having my hands into that stuff, which is like the next phase of healthcare patient delivery model. So I have to say, I was so lucky to get on this field, and it's been such a exciting time. I've learned every day. Every day is different. Every year, every position, every challenge is different, and I'm also very honored and lucky to be a faculty member, lecturer for Cal Poly Pomona. I've been doing this for, I don't know, since I met Dan.
Yeah. We're honored, and it's not luck. So then for the people who aren't the three that just introduced themselves, we're going to divide into 2 groups of 7 and 1 group of 6, and you get to ask these 3 women any question you want. If they don't want to answer, they'll let you know. And if you don't have a question, I developed a question sheet for it was sort of career related. So if you're drawing a blank, you can pick one from this list and ask them. So if you need a question sheet, come see me. And other than that, please divide yourselves up into 7, 7, and 6, and go ahead and start asking some questions. Good luck. I hope you make it interesting.
So do I stay here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 6, 6, and 6. Here, can the community come over here? They don't want to. About that scholarship, in our department, what department? I'll tell you about it then, I'll email you.
10 years ago.
You want to participate? How can I help you do that?
So I think,
But you evolve.
I mean, as I always do, I think it's very important that
Throughout my career,
I'm sorry, so you
Yes, I have had that. Danielle, you gotta help me out with my speakers. I want to talk to the native speaker with this group and ask her some questions. 15 minutes, you did a beautiful job. I thought you did excellent.
even to this day, intelligent, outspoken, I still have a desire today, and if a man has the same attitude and the same drive in a meeting, if I go into a meeting and there is talking and I know what what we're supposed to be doing, or I know what the answer is, as director, I started or I'm trying to prove myself. It's still existing. And throughout my career, especially with Ashland starting on aeronautics and then going to aerospace engineering, it was still, when I went to college, I was my only female.
It's like you don't feel like you're
and you gotta be like it. And women are supposed to be pregnant and babies. All of your age, figure it out. Back in what it goes on.
Yeah, I don't, I don't, I think back in this class, when I was in the first thing is, so technical, and obviously, colleges are expanded in diversity, right? And as well, right, with 15 scholarships that we're doing per year, we have 15 every year, we pick 3 schools every year. They come back and they do it again, to get it's more women into the industry. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, yes, it still happens, but it's not anywhere near. So it all depends on, you also should be very flexible.
Yeah, and a lot more companies, that's why although we have, again, we're only 25%, but we are small, everybody requires she was talking about hosting yeah, it's you're just a number. But you need more money over here for this project go, because it's changing stuff, doesn't matter about your life.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Ruth Guthrie, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Good for you for making it all the way up here.
Yeah, it's only a 45-minute drive, but it was really last minute. I came in here
something different.
I came to my boyfriend's place at like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I'm here.
Good.
You know, maps could be.
I like had a little dabble of security, a little dabble of data analysis, I've had a little dabble of database design, all these things you kind of learn in school. But you can come in and you can see, oh, okay, I really like that. And so that's what I got into. It started with the engineering and the robotics. nice, but I realized that data and the database design.
So I have I asked her a question about that.
Yeah, her name's Barbie Marquez.
Do you know where she is?
Go look for her. I thought she was gonna stay.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, this is Deb Manson.
We
You found him.
really would like UC Irvine to be more involved in the stuff that we do, our competitions.
I honestly don't like so my participate. I'm on the clear now, but I don't really get the
Yeah, I've heard of it.
right now,
And I'd love to connect clubs.
I'm not like a major position in the club, but I can get your contact information.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
let them know about ICC.
If you're going to be here for about 5 minutes, I'll go get a card.
Okay, thank you.
There's so many
Hello. Barbie. That's such a cute name. Julianne, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Alright, so. Okay, what kind of issues do you have? Like,
Probably talk to someone else because this is still running. There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, awkward.
Every time we see Carrie, I have one, when we compare East Coast to West Coast, since our main division was East, we're seeing all of these people that are moving up on East. So we're seeing biases. Visiting. Not much as a male and female, but as far as, this is, the financial, East Coast is where all the, everything's supposed to be happening, you're just California, and then this West Coast. So we've seen some biases there. She's whatever, it's not as yeah, so are all of these words. You just need to be confident about it. Know that you know. Nice to meet you. You know your skills. Where she goes to and make sure that a lot of people have a problem, especially in the technology area, that if you're asked to do something, you don't have to know how to do it yourself. You've got to teach. You're good. First of all, you're good with math. A lot of people think they have to. They don't ask for help, or they don't know how to reach out. You use the resources around.
Yeah, no. So, and this is my
Us as women,
coming from a
do
nation
not
family.
they consider women can grow into so that you can do a lot. You don't have to know it all. You've got a project, you've got a team. You don't have a team. You're a senior that's sharp. You have a whole company here. You have a region around. That's what women have helped bring into this industry. It's not, I don't have to, I can't ask you. I'm supposed to know all the answers.
So much better because that's just like my there's no small group until they are so shocked and that's going to be